Good evening and welcome. There is nothing you need to do now, nothing to remember, nothing to follow. Picture yourself standing on the banks of the Nile River in the year 3100 before the Common Era. It is dawn. The sun is just beginning to rise over the eastern desert, painting the sky in shades of amber and gold. The air is warm. You can smell the rich, dark soil of the Nile's floodplain. In the distance, you hear the calls of birds returning to the river after the night. Before we begin, if you would, drop a comment below with your location and the time where you are right now. We love seeing where our listeners are joining us from. Before you stretches one of the greatest rivers in the world. The Nile River flows through the desert for 4,000 miles, from the mountains of Central Africa to the Mediterranean Sea. It is the lifeblood of Egypt. Without the Nile, there would be no Egypt. The desert would stretch unbroken from one edge of the continent to the other. But the Nile changes this. Every year the river floods. The waters rise and spread across the floodplain, leaving behind rich, dark soil filled with nutrients. The soil is so fertile that crops grow abundantly in this narrow strip of land between the desert and the sky. The Nile provides water for drinking, for irrigation, for transportation. The Nile provides fish. The Nile provides papyrus, a plant that grows in the marshes and can be used to make paper, baskets, and boats. The story of Egypt is the story of a civilization that developed along the banks of this great river over more than 5,000 years. It is a story of the rise and fall of kingdoms, of the construction of monuments so grand that they still stand today, of the development of writing and mathematics and medicine. It is a story of conquest and resistance, of foreign invaders and native resistance. It is a story that shaped the world. For most of human history, Egypt was not a unified nation. Rather, it was a collection of kingdoms and territories that sometimes came together under one ruler and sometimes split apart. Historians divide Egyptian history into periods: the predynastic period, the Old Kingdom, the Middle Kingdom, the New Kingdom, and the Late Period. The predynastic period lasted from around 6,000 before the Common Era to 3,000 before the Common Era. During this time, people were settling along the Nile. They were learning to farm. They were learning to live together in communities. They were developing the skills and the knowledge that would allow them to build a great civilization. The people of the predynastic period were not simple or primitive. They were sophisticated. They made beautiful pottery decorated with geometric designs and images of animals and plants. They hunted and fished and farmed. They lived in villages that were organized according to kinship and family groups. Gradually, these villages grew larger. Gradually, smaller villages were absorbed into larger ones. Gradually, the political units became larger and more complex. By the end of the predynastic period, there were two major kingdoms, Upper Egypt in the south and Lower Egypt in the north. Then, around the year 3000 before the Common Era, something momentous happened. A warrior king named Narmer from Upper Egypt invaded Lower Egypt and unified the two kingdoms under his rule. This unification marked the beginning of the Old Kingdom, one of the greatest periods in Egyptian history. Narmer established the first dynasty. He made Memphis, in Lower Egypt, the capital of the unified kingdom. He established the system of government that would persist for thousands of years. The king, called the pharaoh, was seen as a god, as a divine being who ruled with absolute authority. Below the pharaoh was a bureaucracy of officials, scribes, and administrators who carried out his will. The Old Kingdom lasted from around 3000 to 2100 before the Common Era. It was an age of great achievement and power. The pharaohs of the Old Kingdom built monuments that still stand today, monuments so grand that they took decades or even centuries to construct. The most famous of these monuments are the pyramids. The pyramids were built as tombs for the pharaohs. They were massive structures made of millions of blocks of stone, each block weighing hundreds of pounds. The largest pyramid, the Great Pyramid of Khufu, was originally 480 feet tall. It was the tallest structure in the world for more than 3,000 years. How were the pyramids built? This is one of the great mysteries of ancient Egypt. The Egyptians did not have modern machinery. They did not have cranes or bulldozers or electric drills. They had only simple tools, bronze chisels, wooden hammers, copper saws. Yet they quarried millions of blocks of stone, transported them across the desert, and fitted them together with such precision that you cannot slip a piece of paper between the blocks. The workers who built the pyramids were not slaves, as many people think. Recent evidence suggests that they were paid workers, part-time laborers who worked on the pyramids during the season when the Nile flooded and farming was not possible. They were fed and housed and given beer. They were part of a massive national project, the construction of the pharaoh's tomb. Why build such massive tombs? The Egyptians believed in an afterlife. They believed that when a person died, their soul, called the Ka and the Ba, would continue to exist in the afterlife. The body needed to be preserved, which is why the Egyptians mummified their dead, removing the organs and treating the body with natron to preserve it. And the body needed a secure place to rest, which is why the pharaohs built pyramids. The pyramids were filled with treasures, furniture, clothing, food, weapons, religious texts. Everything the pharaoh might need in the afterlife was provided. The walls of the pyramids were covered with hieroglyphic inscriptions, magical spells and prayers that would help the pharaoh reach the afterlife safely. Hieroglyphics were the writing system of ancient Egypt. They were a combination of pictures and symbols. A picture of an eye meant eye, but it could also mean to see. A picture of a mouth meant mouth, but it could also mean to speak. The system was complex, requiring thousands of different signs. Only a small percentage of the Egyptian population could read and write hieroglyphics. Scribes were highly valued and highly trained. The knowledge of hieroglyphics was lost after the fall of ancient Egypt. The Greek and Roman conquerors did not use the Egyptian writing system. The old texts could not be read. For more than 1,000 years, the pyramids and the tombs and the temples of ancient Egypt stood as silent monuments to a civilization that no one could understand. Then, in 1822, a French scholar named Jean-François Champollion made a great discovery. He found a stone, the Rosetta Stone, that had inscriptions in hieroglyphics, in Greek, and in another form of Egyptian writing. By comparing the Greek text, which he could read, with the hieroglyphics, he was able to figure out what the hieroglyphics meant. Suddenly, the ancient Egyptian texts could be read. The voice of ancient Egypt, silent for thousands of years, could be heard again. The Old Kingdom was also a time of great artistic achievement. The Egyptians created sculptures that remain masterpieces. The Great Sphinx of Giza, a limestone statue with the body of a lion and the head of a man, was carved from a single hill of stone. It stands as a guardian of the pyramids, watching over them across the centuries. The Egyptians also created paintings and reliefs, carved images, that depicted the life of the pharaohs and the gods. These artworks were not just decoration. They had religious significance. A painting of the pharaoh hunting or fighting was believed to help the pharaoh hunt or fight in the afterlife. The Old Kingdom reached its height under the pharaoh Khufu, who built the Great Pyramid. After Khufu, the power of the pharaohs gradually declined. The provincial governors became more powerful. The religious institutions, particularly the temples of the sun god Ra, became wealthier and more powerful. By the end of the Old Kingdom, the pharaoh's power was diminished. The first intermediate period lasted from around 2100 to 1500 before the Common Era. It was a time of political chaos. The unified kingdom broke apart. Regional governors ruled their territories almost as independent kings. There was little central authority. There was famine and violence. Then, around 1950, before the Common Era, a strong pharaoh named Mentuhotep II unified Egypt again. He established the Middle Kingdom, a period that lasted from around 1950 to 1700 before the Common Era. The Middle Kingdom was a period of stability and relative prosperity. The pharaohs of the Middle Kingdom were strong rulers who maintained control over the provincial governors. They launched military campaigns against neighboring lands, Nubia to the south, the Levant to the northeast. They built temples and monuments, though not on the scale of the Old Kingdom pyramids. The Middle Kingdom also saw the flowering of Egyptian literature. Poems, stories, and wisdom texts were written. The tale of Sinu, a story about an official who flees Egypt and then returns, is considered one of the masterpieces of ancient Egyptian literature. These texts tell us about how the Egyptians thought, what they valued, what they feared. They valued order, justice, truth, and harmony. They feared chaos, disorder, and the unknown. The Middle Kingdom came to an end around 1700 before the Common Era, when a foreign people called the Hyksos invaded Egypt from the east. The Hyksos were skilled warriors who used horses and chariots, military technologies that the Egyptians did not yet possess. The Hyksos conquered the northern part of Egypt and ruled for about a century. The presence of the Hyksos in Egypt was transformative. The Egyptians learned about horses and chariots. They learned new military technologies and tactics. They learned from the Hyksos and adapted these technologies to their own use. And they developed a determination to rid themselves of the foreign invaders. Around 1500, before the Common Era, a native Egyptian dynasty arose in Upper Egypt. They launched a war against the Hyksos. It took decades of fighting, but eventually the Egyptians expelled the Hyksos and reunified Egypt under their rule. This was the beginning of the New Kingdom, the greatest period in Egyptian history. The New Kingdom lasted from around 1500 to 1100 before the Common Era. It was an age of imperial expansion and power. The pharaohs of the New Kingdom conquered vast territories, Nubia to the south, Palestine and Syria to the northeast. Egypt became the dominant power in the eastern Mediterranean. One of the greatest pharaohs of the New Kingdom was Thutmose III, often called the Napoleon of ancient Egypt. He conquered an empire. He defeated his enemies in battlefield after battlefield. He established Egypt as a superpower. His military genius was extraordinary. Another great pharaoh was Hatshepsut, one of the few female pharaohs of Egypt. She came to power as regent for her young nephew, but she declared herself pharaoh and ruled for more than 20 years. She was a successful administrator and a great builder. She commissioned the construction of a beautiful mortuary temple cut into the cliffs on the west bank of the Nile. She launched trading expeditions to distant lands, seeking exotic goods, and establishing Egypt's commercial networks. But the greatest pharaoh of the New Kingdom, perhaps the greatest pharaoh in all of Egyptian history, was Ramesses II, also called Ramesses the Great. He ruled for more than 60 years. He built more monuments than any other pharaoh. 4 colossal statues of Ramesses II were carved into the cliff face at Abu Simbel, each one 70 feet tall. He built temples and pylons and monuments throughout Egypt. His name appears on monuments across the length and breadth of Egypt. Ramesses II also fought against the Hittites, a powerful empire to the north. He fought the Great Battle of Kadesh, one of the largest chariot battles in ancient history. Neither side achieved a decisive victory, but Ramesses II claimed victory. He commissioned inscriptions and reliefs depicting his triumph. The records of this battle, preserved on temple walls, give us detailed accounts of ancient warfare. Ramesses II made a peace treaty with the Hittites, one of the first great peace treaties in recorded history. He also made a diplomatic marriage with a Hittite princess, cementing the peace through family ties. This demonstrated that even in ancient times, leaders understood the value of diplomatic solutions and marriage alliances. Ramesses II had more than 100 children and lived into his 90s. When he died, he had ruled for so long that many of his subjects had never known any other pharaoh. He was remembered as a great king, one of the greatest in Egyptian history. His body was mummified and placed in the Valley of the Kings, where it remains today, one of the most famous mummies in the world. The New Kingdom saw the development of a large and complex bureaucracy. There were officials for every aspect of government, tax collection, military affairs, religious matters, construction projects. The pharaoh could not rule alone. He depended on thousands of officials and scribes to administer the kingdom. These officials were educated men, trained as scribes from childhood. They understood administration, law, and record-keeping. There was also a powerful priestly class. The temples controlled vast lands. The priests performed rituals and ceremonies. They maintained the tombs and the shrines. They wrote and copied religious texts. Over time, the temples became wealthier and more powerful. In the late New Kingdom, the high priest of Ammon at Thebes was almost as powerful as the pharaoh himself. This concentration of power in religious institutions would have long-term consequences for Egyptian stability. The New Kingdom also saw the development of a professional army. Soldiers were conscripted or volunteered. They received training and equipment. They were organized into units and battalions. Officers commanded them. The army was a permanent institution, ready to defend Egypt or to conquer neighboring lands. Military service was prestigious, and a successful military career could lead to wealth and status. Warfare in ancient Egypt was different from warfare in other parts of the world. The Egyptians used chariots drawn by horses, with archers standing in the chariots and firing arrows at the enemy. Infantry soldiers with shields and spears fought on the ground. The Egyptians developed tactics and strategies for using these different types of soldiers. They understood the importance of coordination, of using different types of forces together in a unified strategy. But by the end of the New Kingdom, Egypt's power was declining. There were invasions from the Libyans to the west and the Sea Peoples from the Mediterranean. There was internal instability. The power of the priesthood was growing at the expense of the pharaoh's power. Egypt was no longer the superpower it had been. The signs of decline were becoming apparent. The late period lasted from around 1100 to 300 before the Common Era. It was a time of relative decline. The pharaohs were weaker. Foreign powers exercised influence over Egypt. The Persians invaded and ruled Egypt for a time. The Greeks invaded and ruled Egypt. Egypt was no longer an imperial power, but rather one nation among many. One of the Greek rulers was Alexander the Great. In 332 before the Common Era, Alexander invaded Egypt. He defeated the Persian army that had been occupying Egypt. The Egyptians welcomed him as a liberator. Alexander visited the oracle of Ammon and was proclaimed the son of Ammon, the divine son of God. This gave him legitimacy in the eyes of the Egyptian people. When Alexander died, his empire was divided among his generals. Egypt fell to a general named Ptolemy. Ptolemy and his descendants ruled Egypt for nearly 300 years. They were called the Ptolemies, and they were Greek, not Egyptian. They established a Hellenistic kingdom where Greek and Egyptian cultures blended. The Ptolemaic period was a time of great intellectual activity. The Ptolemies were patrons of learning and the arts. They established the Library of Alexandria, one of the greatest libraries in the ancient world. Scholars from all over the Mediterranean came to Alexandria to study. Mathematicians, physicians, philosophers, and poets worked in Alexandria. It was a center of intellectual achievement. The city of Alexandria, founded by Alexander the Great, became the capital of Egypt under the Ptolemies. It was a great city, one of the wonders of the ancient world. It had a famous lighthouse, the pharaohs of Alexandria, that guided ships into the harbor. It had markets and temples and palaces. It was a center of trade and commerce. Ships arrived from across the Mediterranean, from India, from the Red Sea trade routes. One of the most famous Ptolemaic rulers was Cleopatra Roman VII, who ruled in the 1st century before the Common Era. She was born in Alexandria. She spoke multiple languages. She was highly educated. She was also incredibly politically savvy. She understood the complexities of power and knew how to navigate them. Cleopatra's Egypt was caught between the rising power of Rome. Rome had defeated Carthage and was expanding throughout the Mediterranean. Egypt, under Cleopatra, was one of the last independent kingdoms in the Mediterranean region. Cleopatra knew that Egypt could not withstand Rome militarily, so she sought diplomatic solutions. Cleopatra formed a political alliance with Julius Caesar, the great Roman general. They became lovers, and Cleopatra had a son who she claimed was the son of Caesar. She used this alliance to strengthen her position in Egypt and to resist Roman domination. Caesar was so charmed by Cleopatra that he supported her against her enemies. After Caesar's assassination in Rome, Cleopatra formed an alliance with Mark Antony, another powerful Roman. They too became lovers, and they had children together. Cleopatra hoped that through these alliances with powerful Romans, she could maintain Egypt's independence. But it was not to be. Another Roman general named Octavian, who would later become Augustus, the first Roman emperor, defeated Mark Antony in a naval battle. Antony and Cleopatra committed suicide, unable to bear defeat. Egypt was no longer independent. It became a province of Rome. The Roman period lasted for nearly 400 years. Egypt was ruled by Roman emperors who appointed governors to administer the province. The Egyptians lost their independence, but Roman rule was, on the whole, relatively stable. Trade continued. The Nile continued to flood. The crops continued to grow. Agricultural production remained high. During the Roman period, Egypt was not isolated from the rest of the world. Trade routes connected Egypt to India, to China, to Africa. Egyptian merchants traveled to these distant lands. Goods and ideas flowed along these trade routes. Egypt benefited from being part of a vast trading network that spanned from Europe to Asia. It was during the Roman period that Christianity came to Egypt. Jesus Christ was executed in Jerusalem in the early 1st century. His followers spread his message throughout the Mediterranean world. In Egypt, Christianity took root. It spread gradually at first, but eventually it became the dominant religion. In the 3rd and 4th centuries, many Egyptians converted to Christianity. Churches were built. Monasteries were established. The new religion blended with the old Egyptian traditions. Christian saints were venerated in ways that echoed the veneration of the old Egyptian gods. Saint Mark was believed to have brought Christianity to Egypt. One important development was the rise of monasticism. Christians sought to live lives devoted to God, withdrawn from the distractions of the world. They went into the desert, where they lived in caves or in communities. They fasted and prayed. They copied religious texts by hand. The monasteries that they established preserved knowledge and learning during turbulent times. Eventually, Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Empire. In Egypt, the old pagan gods were forgotten. The temples were abandoned or converted into churches. The religion of the pharaohs, which had lasted for thousands of years, disappeared. A chapter in human history closed. By the 7th century, a new religion was beginning to spread: Islam. In 631, Arab armies invaded Egypt. The invasion was not a violent conquest. The Arab armies were relatively small, and the Byzantines who ruled Egypt at the time were not able to mount an effective defense. Many Egyptians, especially in the countryside, converted to Islam. The Arab armies established their rule over Egypt. The Islamic period began with the Arab conquest in 631. Egypt was incorporated into the rapidly expanding Islamic Empire. For the next few centuries, Egypt was ruled by various Islamic dynasties, first by the Umayyads, then by the Abbasids, then by other dynasties. Egypt continued to flourish as an agricultural and commercial center. During the Islamic period, Egypt gradually became predominantly Muslim. The Arabic language became the dominant language. Arabic replaced Greek as the language of administration and commerce. The culture of Egypt became increasingly Islamic. However, the sense of Egyptian identity persisted. Egypt remained a distinct region with its own character. One of the most significant dynasties in Islamic Egypt was the Mamluk dynasty. The Mamluks were originally enslaved soldiers who had been trained as warriors. They eventually rose to power and ruled Egypt for more than 2 centuries, from the 1300s to the 1500s. They were formidable warriors and skilled administrators. The Mamluks were fierce fighters. They fought against crusaders from Europe who tried to capture Egypt and the Holy Land. They fought against the Mongol invasions from Central Asia. They defeated the Crusaders at the Battle of Hattin and recaptured Jerusalem. They stopped the Mongol advance into Egypt. They maintained Egypt's independence and power. Under Mamluk rule, Cairo became one of the great cities of the world. It was a center of trade and learning. It had magnificent mosques and madrasas, religious schools. It was a city of scholars and merchants and craftspeople. The great bazaars of Cairo sold goods from across the Islamic world. It was one of the largest and most important cities in the world. The Nile continued to be the heart of Egyptian civilization. The annual flood continued to deposit rich soil on the floodplain. Agriculture continued to be the foundation of the Egyptian economy. The great river that had sustained Egyptian civilization for thousands of years continued to sustain it. In 1517, Egypt was conquered by the Ottoman Empire. The Ottomans ruled Egypt for nearly 400 years, until the early 19th century. During this period, Egypt became increasingly isolated from the developments occurring in Europe. Europe was experiencing the Renaissance and the scientific revolution. Egypt, under Ottoman rule, experienced a relative stagnation in intellectual and scientific development. But in the late 18th century, something changed. A French general named Napoleon Bonaparte invaded Egypt in 1798. He was defeated by the British, but his invasion awakened European interest in Egypt. European scholars began to study Egypt. European museums began to collect Egyptian antiquities. Egyptology as a field of study was born. One of the most important discoveries came in 1822 when the Rosetta Stone was found. As mentioned earlier, this stone allowed scholars to finally read the hieroglyphics of ancient Egypt. The voice of ancient Egypt, silent for thousands of years, could be heard again. This discovery opened up an entire world of ancient knowledge. In the 19th century, Egypt began to modernize. A ruler named Muhammad Ali introduced reforms. He built canals and dams. He created a modern army. He built schools. He tried to make Egypt a modern nation. He understood that Egypt needed to modernize to survive in the changing world. The Suez Canal was built in the 1860s. It connected the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea, creating a shortcut for ships traveling between Europe and Asia. The canal transformed Egypt's strategic importance. Egypt was no longer simply an agricultural nation. It became a crucial link in world trade. The canal provided revenue through tolls paid by ships passing through. But the construction of the Suez Canal required enormous loans from European banks. Egypt became heavily indebted to Europe. European powers began to exercise more and more control over Egyptian affairs. Egypt's financial decisions were made not in Cairo, but in London and Paris. In 1882, the British invaded Egypt and established control over the country. Although Egypt was technically still part of the Ottoman Empire, it was effectively under British control. The British ruled Egypt for nearly 7 decades. Britain extracted resources and maintained tight control over Egyptian politics. During the British occupation, Egypt was modernized in some ways. Railroads were built, schools were established, modern administrative systems were introduced, cotton production increased. but Egypt's resources were exploited for British benefit. Egyptians had little say in how their own country was governed. British officials held the most important positions. This led to growing nationalist sentiment. Egyptians began to organize and protest against British rule. Egyptian intellectuals developed ideas of Egyptian nationalism. They looked to ancient Egypt as a source of pride and identity. In 1919, when Egypt was still under British control after World War I, Egyptians rose in rebellion. The British suppressed the rebellion, but the message was clear: Egyptians wanted independence. In 1922, Egypt was granted nominal independence, but Britain retained significant control. Egypt remained in a state of semi-independence until World War II. British soldiers remained on Egyptian soil. British officials still influenced Egyptian politics. Egypt was technically independent, but still under British domination. During World War II, Egypt was a battleground. German and British forces fought in the North African desert. Egypt itself was not directly invaded by Germany, but the war had enormous impact on Egyptian society and politics. Egypt's resources were used to support the war effort. Egyptians were conscripted into the military. After World War II, the movement for Egyptian independence strengthened. In 1952, a military coup brought a new government to power. A young officer named Gamal Abdel Nasser became the leader. Nasser was a nationalist who was determined to rid Egypt of British influence and to modernize Egypt. He represented a new generation of Egyptians who wanted their country to be independent and powerful. In 1954, Nasser became president of Egypt. He launched a campaign to end British control. In 1956, when the British prepared to leave, Nasser announced that he was nationalizing the Suez Canal. The canal, which had been controlled by a British-French company, would now be owned by Egypt. This was a revolutionary act that asserted Egyptian sovereignty over a crucial resource. This decision triggered a crisis. Britain and France, fearing the loss of control over this crucial waterway, invaded Egypt in 1956. They were joined by Israel, but they encountered opposition not just from Egypt, but from the United States and the Soviet Union. International pressure forced Britain and France to withdraw. Israel was forced to return the Sinai Peninsula. Nasser's success in defying Britain and France and forcing them to withdraw made him a hero throughout the Arab world. He became a symbol of Arab nationalism and resistance to colonialism. His reputation as a leader who stood up to imperial powers was established. Under Nasser's rule, Egypt underwent major changes. The Aswan High Dam was built, creating Lake Nasser and providing electricity and irrigation water. This was a massive engineering project that transformed Egypt's infrastructure. Land reform redistributed land from large landowners to peasants. Nationalization of major industries was implemented. Nasser tried to create a more egalitarian society. Nasser also led Egypt into wars against Israel. In 1948, when Israel was established, Egypt and other Arab nations invaded. They were defeated. In 1956, Egypt fought Israel again over the Suez Canal. In 1967, Egypt fought Israel in the Six-Day War, which resulted in a catastrophic defeat for Egypt. Israel captured the Sinai Peninsula and other territories. Despite military defeats, Nasser remained popular in Egypt. He died in 1970, and hundreds of thousands of Egyptians mourned his death. He was succeeded by Anwar Sadat, who would take Egypt in a different direction. Sadat was a different kind of leader than Nasser. He was more pragmatic and less ideological. He realized that Egypt could not defeat Israel militarily. He began to move Egypt closer to the United States and away from the Soviet Union. He made peace with Israel in 1979, a decision that was controversial in the Arab world, but that allowed Egypt to avoid further wars. Sadat was assassinated in 1981 by Islamic extremists who opposed his policies. He was succeeded by Hosni Mubarak, who ruled Egypt for nearly 3 decades, from 1981 to 2011. Under Mubarak's rule, Egypt experienced economic growth, but also increasing poverty and inequality. The gap between the wealthy and the poor widened. Corruption was widespread in government and business. Political freedom was restricted. Dissidents were imprisoned. In 2011, massive protests erupted in Egypt. Young Egyptians, many using social media to organize, demanded political reform and an end to Mubarak's rule. The protests continued for weeks. The military eventually sided with the protesters. Mubarak resigned after 30 years in power. What followed was a period of uncertainty and political transition. Egypt held elections. The Muslim Brotherhood, a religious political organization, won the elections, and their candidate, Mohamed Morsi, became president. But Morsi's rule was controversial and lasted only a year. In 2013, the military, led by Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, deposed Morsi in what supporters called a necessary intervention and critics called a coup. El-Sisi became president in 2014 and remains president today. Under his rule, Egypt has pursued nationalist policies and attempted to maintain stability, though critics argue that political freedom has been restricted and corruption persists. Throughout all of these political changes, Egypt's fundamental challenge has remained the same: how to feed and provide for a growing population with limited resources. The Nile continues to be the source of life, but its waters have become increasingly scarce as upstream nations build dams and divert water for their own use. Climate change poses new challenges. The Nile Delta, which has been the breadbasket of Egypt for thousands of years, is threatened by sea level rise and desertification. Cairo and Alexandria, cities of millions of people, face water shortages. Air pollution in Cairo is among the worst in the world. Plastic pollution in the Nile threatens the ecosystem. Yet Egypt endures. The people of Egypt are the inheritors of one of the world's greatest civilizations. The pyramids still stand, monuments to the ambition and ingenuity of ancient Egyptians. The Nile still flows as it has flowed for millions of years. The culture and spirit of Egypt persist despite the challenges. Now, as we conclude this journey through 5,000 years of Egyptian history, imagine yourself once more standing on the banks of the Nile as we stood at the beginning. It is dusk now. The sun is setting, painting the sky in brilliant shades of red and orange and gold. The Nile flows quietly, as it has flowed since before human civilization began. You are standing where countless Egyptians have stood before you across thousands of years. Pharaohs and peasants, scribes and soldiers, merchants and slaves, farmers tending their fields, builders constructing monuments, mothers caring for children. You are standing where ancient Egyptians built one of the world's greatest civilizations. The pyramids that were built 5,000 years ago are still visible on the distant horizon, still standing as monuments to human ambition and achievement. They are reminders that human beings can accomplish extraordinary things when they work together with purpose and determination. The Nile continues to flow, as it has flowed since before human civilization began, carrying the life-giving waters that made Egyptian civilization possible. The river that sustained the pharaohs and the peasants, that supported the great cities and the small villages, continues to flow and to sustain life. Sleep now, knowing that you have journeyed through more than 5,000 years of Egyptian history. You have witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms, the construction of monuments that still stand today, the development of civilization itself. You have seen pharaohs rule with absolute power, believing themselves to be gods. You have seen the wisdom of scribes preserved in texts that have survived thousands of years. You have seen the devotion of workers who labored to build pyramids they would never see completed. You have seen the Nile flood as it has flooded for millennia, bringing life to the desert. You have seen the sands of Egypt preserve the artifacts and the knowledge of ancient civilization. You have seen how the past shapes the present, how ancient Egypt continues to influence our world today. Rest deeply now. Let sleep carry you away from the modern world and into the timeless world of Egypt. Let the great river flow through your dreams. Let the pyramids rise in the distance. Let yourself drift back through time, back to ancient Egypt, to the voices and the stories of people who lived so long ago, but who remain connected to us across the millennia. Sleep well, good night. Expansion Section 1 Predynastic Period Deep Dive. Let us return to the beginning and explore in greater depth the predynastic period, when the foundations of Egyptian civilization were being laid. Understanding this period is crucial to understanding how one of the world's greatest civilizations emerged from the Nile Valley. The earliest settlements in the Nile Valley date back to around 10,000 before the Common Era. These were not agricultural settlements. The people who lived here were hunter-gatherers. They hunted fish in the Nile and hunted animals in the grasslands that existed at that time. The climate of northern Africa was different then, wetter, with more vegetation and more animals. As time passed, the climate became drier. The grasslands gradually transformed into desert. Game animals became scarcer. The people of the Nile Valley had to adapt. Some moved to the Nile Valley itself, where the river provided reliable water and where fishing remained productive. Around 6,000 before the Common Era, agriculture reached the Nile Valley. We do not know whether the people of the Nile Valley invented agriculture themselves or whether they learned it from peoples in the Levant. But by 6,000, wheat and barley were being cultivated along the Nile. Animals were being domesticated: cattle, sheep, goats. This agricultural revolution transformed human society. Hunting and gathering societies required large territories to feed a relatively small number of people. Agricultural societies could support much larger populations in the same territory. As agriculture became more developed, the population of the Nile Valley grew. Settlements became larger and more permanent. By around 5,000 before the Common Era, small agricultural villages dotted the Nile Valley. Each village had perhaps 100 to 500 people. The villagers lived in simple houses made of reeds or mud brick. They grew grain, wheat, and barley. They raised cattle and sheep. They fished in the Nile. Archaeological evidence shows that these villages were organized. There were storage facilities for grain. There were workshops where tools were made. There were larger buildings that might have been communal gathering places or shrines. This suggests that there was organization, leadership, and collective decision-making. The pottery of these early villages is beautiful and sophisticated. It is decorated with geometric patterns and with depictions of animals and plants. This pottery was not just utilitarian, it was art. The people who made it had aesthetic sense, understood beauty, and wanted to create beautiful objects. Gradually, as centuries passed, some villages became larger and more powerful than others. A successful village would grow, would attract more people, would expand its territory. A less successful village might be absorbed into a larger one or might decline and disappear. By around 4000 before the Common Era, a hierarchy of settlements had developed. Some settlements were much larger than others. These larger settlements had more substantial buildings, more elaborate pottery, more evidence of long-distance trade. These were proto-cities, not yet true cities, but beginning to approach the scale and complexity of cities. Around 3500 before the Common Era, something significant happened. The settlements along the Nile began to consolidate. Smaller settlements were absorbed into larger ones. Regional powers emerged. The Nile Valley was becoming divided into regions, each dominated by a powerful settlement. By 3000 before the Common Era, when Narmer unified Upper and Lower Egypt, the predynastic period ended and the Old Kingdom began. But the achievements of the predynastic period were remarkable. In just 3000 years, a complex agricultural society had developed. The people of the Nile Valley had learned to manage the river's flood, to cultivate crops, to organize labor, to create art and objects of beauty. Expansion Section 2, Old Kingdom Society, Administration, and Daily Life. The Old Kingdom, from around 3000 to 2100 before the Common Era, was the age of the pyramids and of strong pharaonic rule. But the Old Kingdom was not just about monuments. It was also a time of sophisticated social organization and administration. The society of the Old Kingdom was hierarchical. At the top was the pharaoh, who was seen as a god. Below the pharaoh was the nobility, the officials and administrators who carried out the pharaoh's will. Below them were the craftspeople, merchants, and scribes. At the bottom were the peasants and slaves who worked the land. The nobility of the Old Kingdom held positions of power and received substantial compensation. A high official might receive land grants from the pharaoh, along with the right to tax the peasants who lived on that land. High officials could accumulate considerable wealth. When they died, they were buried in mastabas, large stone tombs that, while not as impressive as pyramids, were still substantial monuments. Below the nobility were the professionals, the scribes, the architects, the engineers, the artists. These men had specialized knowledge and skills. Scribes were particularly important. They were the ones who could read and write, who could keep records, who could communicate the pharaoh's commands. To become a scribe required years of training. A boy who showed promise would be sent to a scribble school. There he would learn to write hieroglyphics, to do mathematics, to understand administrative procedures. The training was rigorous and demanding, but once trained, a scribe was assured of employment and respect. The peasants, who made up the vast majority of the population, had little power and little property. Most peasants were not slaves, but rather free persons with some legal rights. But their rights were limited. They could be conscripted for labor service. Their crops were taxed. They belonged to the land in the sense that they could not leave it without permission. Daily life for a peasant in the Old Kingdom was centered around agriculture. A peasant family worked a small plot of land. The entire family participated in the labor, men, women, and children. A peasant family might own a few animals, a pig, some chickens, perhaps an ox. The diet of a peasant was monotonous. Bread made from grain was the staple. A peasant family might eat bread twice a day. They might also eat legumes, lentils, beans, peas. In the marshes and along the Nile, they could catch fish. In the garden attached to their house, they might grow onions and garlic and lettuce. Meat was eaten rarely, perhaps at religious festivals or when an animal was slaughtered. When a pig or ox was killed, the meat was shared among the family and neighbors. Salt preserved the meat, and salted meat could be eaten over several days. The clothing of a peasant was simple. Men typically wore a simple linen kilt. Women wore a simple linen dress. Shoes were a luxury. Many peasants went barefoot. In winter, a cloak might be worn for warmth. A peasant family lived in a simple house made of mud brick. The house might have had 2 or 3 rooms, a main room for cooking and living, and 1 or 2 sleeping rooms. There was no chimney. Smoke escaped through a hole in the roof. The house had no furniture in the modern sense. People sat on the floor or on simple stools. They slept on reed mats or simple beds. Religion was important to the peasant family. They made offerings to the gods, bread or beer at a shrine. They observed religious festivals. They visited temples on feast days. They believed that the gods controlled the Nile flood, that the health of the crops depended on the favor of the gods. So they were careful to perform rituals and to show respect to the gods. Expansion Section 3: Pyramid construction and engineering. The pyramids are the most visible monuments of the Old Kingdom. Millions of people have marveled at them over the centuries. But how were they actually built? What were the logistics and the engineering involved? A pyramid project began with the selection of a site and the preparation of the foundation. The site had to be on the west bank of the Nile, west, because the sun set there, and the dead were believed to go to the west. The site had to be high enough to avoid flooding during the inundation season. The foundation of a pyramid had to be absolutely level. The Egyptians were remarkably accurate in achieving this. They used water. Water always finds a level surface. By creating channels filled with water, they could identify the level and excavate the rock to achieve a perfectly flat foundation. Stone blocks were quarried using simple tools, copper chisels and wooden hammers. Workers would pound a chisel into a crack in the stone, then lever out a block. Large stones might take many workers and many days to quarry. The stone, limestone mostly, had to be transported from the quarry to the pyramid site. Transportation of stone blocks was a major challenge. Blocks were loaded onto wooden sledges. The sledges were pulled across sand, but sand creates friction, making the sledges hard to pull. Recent experiments have shown that if the sand is moistened, it reduces friction significantly. So workers likely poured water on the sand as the sledges were being pulled, making the work easier. Once the stone blocks arrived at the pyramid site, they had to be lifted into place. The Egyptians did not have cranes or pulleys. Instead, they used ramps. A ramp was built as the pyramid was being constructed. Workers dragged the blocks up the ramp using ropes. The ramp had to be adjusted as the pyramid grew higher. The blocks were fitted together with remarkable precision. No mortar was used. The blocks were simply placed against each other. The fit was so tight that you cannot slip a piece of paper between blocks. This required skilled masons who could shape the blocks accurately and position them precisely. The Great Pyramid of Khufu is estimated to contain 2–3 million blocks of stone, weighing an average of 2–5 tons each. Some blocks weighed up to 80 tons. Construction of the Great Pyramid took approximately 20 years. This means that about 330 blocks had to be placed every day, one block every few minutes, assuming work during daylight hours. The workers who built the pyramids were organized into teams. Teams of workers would compete with each other, and their names would be recorded. A team might consist of 20 to 30 men. They would work together to quarry stone, transport it, and position it. The team that successfully positioned a block would receive credit for it. The workers were paid for their labor. Recent archaeological evidence shows that workers received rations of bread and beer. Workers who worked on pyramid construction received better rations than ordinary workers. This suggests that pyramid work was a desirable job. It provided better nutrition and higher status. Workers lived in camps near the pyramid site. Archaeologists have found remains of worker settlements, simple houses, food remains, tool marks. The settlements show that thousands of workers lived on site during the construction season. The construction season coincided with the inundation season, when the Nile flooded and farming was not possible. During the inundation, the river was high, which made it easier to transport stone blocks by boat from the quarries. So the construction season was determined by the Nile's flood cycle. Expansion section 4. Ancient Egyptian religion and afterlife beliefs. Religion permeated every aspect of ancient Egyptian life. The Egyptians believed in a complex universe populated by gods, demons, and spirits. They believed that the world was constantly threatened by forces of chaos, and that the gods and the pharaoh worked to maintain order and harmony. The Egyptians believed in an afterlife. This was not a vague or spiritual afterlife. It was conceived as a place very similar to life on earth, but eternal and perfect. The Egyptians called this place the Field of Reeds, or sometimes the Field of Rushes. In the Field of Reeds, the deceased would live for eternity, feasting and enjoying pleasures, surrounded by family and friends. But the journey to the afterlife was perilous. The deceased had to travel through the Jewet, the underworld. In the Jewet, they would encounter demons and obstacles. They had to know the correct spells and passwords to pass through safely. They had to avoid being captured by demons or evil spirits. The most significant moment in the journey to the afterlife was the weighing of the heart. The deceased stood before Osiris, the god of the afterlife, and 42 judges. The deceased's heart was placed on one side of a scale, and a feather representing the goddess Ma'at, truth, justice, and order, was placed on the other side. If the heart was lighter than the feather, it meant that the deceased had lived a virtuous life and would be allowed to enter the afterlife. If the heart was heavier than the feather, it meant that the deceased was evil, and their heart would be consumed by Ammit, a monster with the head of a crocodile, the body of a lion, and the hindquarters of a hippopotamus. This concept of judgment after death was revolutionary. It implied that the gods cared about human morality, that virtue was rewarded and sin was punished. This gave moral weight to the concept of living rightly. To ensure a safe journey to the afterlife, the deceased needed certain things. First, the body needed to be preserved, mummified. The internal organs were removed and stored in canopic jars. The body was treated with natron to dry it out. Then it was wrapped in linen and placed in a coffin. Second, the tomb needed to be filled with objects that the deceased might need: furniture, clothing, food, weapons, religious texts. A wealthy person's tomb might contain dozens or even hundreds of objects. Third, the deceased needed to know magical spells and formulas. Collections of these spells were written on the walls of tombs or on papyri placed in the tomb. These texts are called the Book of the Dead. They contain instructions for navigating the afterlife, spells for protection, formulas for transformation and resurrection. The most important spell in the Book of the Dead is the negative confession, in which the deceased declares the sins they have not committed. I have not killed. I have not stolen. I have not caused pain. I have not made anyone weep. By declaring these things, the deceased is affirming that they have lived virtuously. Expansion Section 5 Middle Kingdom Literature and Wisdom Tradition. The Middle Kingdom, from around 1950 to 1700 before the Common Era, saw a flourishing of Egyptian literature. Written texts from this period reveal the concerns, values, and thoughts of ancient Egyptians in extraordinary detail. One of the greatest works of Middle Kingdom literature is the story of Sinu. This story tells of an official of Pharaoh Amenemhet III who, when the pharaoh dies, flees Egypt in fear of being implicated in a conspiracy. Sinu travels to Palestine and Syria, where he becomes a successful man. He acquires wealth, has a family, earns respect. But despite his success abroad, Sinu longs for Egypt. He thinks of Egyptian food, Egyptian customs, Egyptian gods. He wants to be buried in Egypt, to have his body mummified and interred in Egyptian soil. He fears that if he dies abroad, he will not be able to reach the afterlife properly. Eventually, Sinu's fear abates. A new pharaoh takes the throne and grants pardon to those who had fled. Sinu returns to Egypt. He is welcomed back. He spends his remaining years in Egypt, and when he dies, he is properly buried in Egypt. The story of Sinu expresses important Egyptian values: loyalty to the pharaoh, love of homeland, faith in the gods, belief in the afterlife. It shows the importance of Egypt in the Egyptian consciousness. To be away from Egypt, to be an exile, was to be separated from civilization, from the gods, from the possibility of a proper afterlife. Another important genre of Middle Kingdom literature is the wisdom text. These were instructions or teachings, often presented as the words of a father to his son, or of a wise man to a young person. They taught moral and practical lessons. One famous wisdom text is the Instruction of Tahotep. Ptahhotep was a vizier, the highest official in the land, who, as an old man, composed instructions for his son. These instructions cover a wide range of topics: how to behave toward superiors, how to behave toward equals, how to behave toward inferiors, how to achieve success, how to maintain one's integrity. The instruction of Ptahhotep teaches respect for authority. It says to listen to the words of one's superior, to follow their commands. But it also teaches justice and compassion. It says to be kind to the poor, to help those in need. It says to tell the truth, to be honest in dealings with others. Another wisdom text is the instruction of Amenemope. This text has been shown to have parallels with the biblical book of Proverbs, suggesting that Hebrew wisdom literature may have been influenced by Egyptian wisdom traditions. Amenemope teaches moderation and restraint. He warns against excessive eating, drinking, or speaking. He teaches that wisdom consists of understanding one's limitations and respecting the will of the gods. He teaches that true wealth is not material wealth, but spiritual wealth, peace of mind, respect, and the favor of the gods. These wisdom texts tell us a great deal about what the Egyptians valued. They valued order, harmony, and stability. They valued respect for authority and the hierarchy of society. They valued truth and honesty. They valued compassion and justice. They believed that virtue was rewarded and that sin was punished, not just in the afterlife, but in this life as well. Expansion Section 6: New Kingdom Warfare and Military Campaigns. The New Kingdom was an age of military expansion and imperial power. The pharaohs of the New Kingdom were warriors who led armies into battle. Understanding New Kingdom warfare gives us insight into how ancient Egypt maintained its empire. The Battle of Kadesh, fought in the 5th year of Ramesses II reign, approximately 1300 before the Common Era, is one of the best documented battles of ancient history. Records of the battle were inscribed on temple walls, giving us detailed accounts of what occurred. Ramesses II led an army of around 20,000 men northward into Palestine and Syria. The army was divided into 4 divisions, each named after a god: the division of Ammon, the division of Ra, the division of Ta, and the division of Set. Each division consisted of around 5,000 men, archers, infantry, and chariots. Ramesses II intended to engage the Hittite army under the command of Muwatalli. As the Egyptian forces approached Kadesh, they believed that the Hittite army was far away. But the Hittites, using superior intelligence, had positioned their army near Kadesh, hidden from view. As the Egyptian forces crossed a ford over a river, the Hittite chariots attacked. They came down on the Egyptian forces with devastating force. The division of Ra was scattered and nearly destroyed. Ramesses Roman II found himself in a desperate situation with a much smaller force facing the entire Hittite army. At this critical moment, Ramesses Roman II rallied his forces. He called upon the god Ammon for assistance. He organized a counterattack. A reserve force that had been held in reserve was deployed. The Egyptian chariots, reorganizing, began to counterattack. The battle raged all day. Neither side achieved a decisive victory. By evening, both armies were exhausted. Muwatalli decided to withdraw to Amaru. Ramesses Roman II claimed victory because his forces held the field. In reality, the Battle of Kadesh was a draw, but Ramesses Roman II, using his control of Egypt's scribes and artists, was able to propagate the narrative that he had won a great victory. Inscriptions and reliefs throughout Egypt depicted Ramesses Roman II defeating the Hittites, riding his chariot through the enemy forces, slaughtering enemies on every side. The Battle of Kadesh demonstrated that Egypt could not achieve total dominance over the Near East. Ramesses Roman II realized that continued warfare would be expensive and wasteful. A few years after Kadesh, he negotiated a peace treaty with the Hittites, the first great peace treaty in recorded history. This treaty, inscribed on walls in both Egypt and the Hittite capital, established borders and peace between the two great powers. Expansion Section 7: Religious Transformation from Paganism to Christianity. The transformation of Egypt from a pagan polytheistic society to a Christian monotheistic society was gradual but profound. It took place over several centuries and involved complex interactions between Egyptian religion and the new religion of Christianity. In the 1st century of the Common Era, when Egypt was under Roman control, Christianity began to spread. Egypt was a center of trade and communication, so it was reached early by Christian missionaries. The Gospel of Mark was traditionally believed to have been preached in Egypt. In the 2nd and 3rd centuries, Christianity gradually spread throughout Egypt. It was particularly appealing to the poor and to women groups that had little power in the traditional religious system. Christianity offered salvation to all, regardless of social status. It offered hope for a better life in the afterlife. The church in Egypt developed its own character. It was influenced by Egyptian religious traditions. For example, the Coptic Church, the Christian Church of Egypt, developed a veneration of saints that had some similarities to the Egyptian veneration of gods. Mary, the mother of Jesus, was venerated as a powerful intercessor between humans and God, somewhat similar to how the goddess Isis had been venerated. As Christianity became more powerful, the old pagan temples were abandoned or converted to other uses. The great temples of the gods fell into ruin. The priesthoods of the old gods were dispersed. The rituals that had been performed for thousands of years ceased. In 405, the Roman Emperor Honorius issued an edict forbidding the practice of pagan religion and requiring the closure of pagan temples. This accelerated the decline of the old religion. By the time of the Islamic conquest in the 7th century, paganism had been almost entirely eliminated. However, some elements of Egyptian religious tradition persisted in modified form in Christianity. The Egyptian concept of the afterlife, a place similar to life on earth where the virtuous would live forever, found a parallel in the Christian concept of heaven. The Egyptian concept of judgment after death found a parallel in Christian concepts of divine judgment. Expansion Section 8. The Islamic Period and Cultural Transformation. The Arab conquest of Egypt in 631 marked the beginning of a new chapter in Egyptian history. Over time, Egypt transformed from a Christian society to an Islamic society. But this was not an overnight transformation. It took several centuries. The Arab armies that conquered Egypt were relatively small. Estimates suggest around 12,000 to 15,000 men. Yet they were able to conquer the entire country relatively quickly. The Byzantine defenders, who had ruled Egypt for several centuries, were unable to mount an effective resistance. Why were the Arab conquests so successful? Several factors contributed. First, the Byzantine Empire was financially exhausted from centuries of warfare against the Persians and others. The army was not at full strength. Second, the local populations were often unhappy with Byzantine rule and its associated taxation. Third, the Arab armies were highly motivated by their Islamic faith. They believed that they were doing God's work. Initially, the Arab conquerors did not force conversion to Islam. They allowed the existing Christian population to continue practicing their religion in exchange for paying a special tax. This was the traditional Islamic approach to conquered territories. But gradually, over centuries, the population of Egypt converted to Islam. There were several reasons for this. First, Islamic religious teachers actively preached and taught. They established mosques and schools. They made Islam accessible to the Egyptian people. Second, there were material incentives to convert. Muslims were exempt from the special tax that non-Muslims had to pay. In times of economic hardship, this was a significant incentive. Third, the Arab conquerors gradually settled in Egypt and intermarried with the Egyptian population. Their children and grandchildren were culturally and linguistically Egyptian, even if they were Islamic rather than Christian. By the 9th century, Islam was the dominant religion in Egypt. By the 11th century, the vast majority of Egyptians were Muslim. The transformation was complete. The Arabic language also gradually became dominant. Initially Greek and Coptic, the Egyptian language written in Greek letters remained important, but Arabic was the language of government and of the Quran. Over centuries, Arabic became the primary language of Egypt. By the medieval period, Coptic was used only by the Christian minority. Egyptian culture persisted within Islamic civilization. The Egyptians maintained a sense of themselves as Egyptians, even as they became Muslim and Arabic-speaking. The Nile remained central to their identity and their economy. The customs and practices of Egyptian life, modified to fit Islamic principles, persisted. Expansion Section 9 Ottoman period and European colonialism for nearly 400 years. From 1517 until the early 19th century, Egypt was part of the Ottoman Empire. During this period, Egypt became relatively isolated from the intellectual and technological developments occurring in Europe. Ottoman rule was not particularly oppressive, but it was distant. Ottoman officials governed Egypt, but they did not necessarily understand Egypt or care about its well-being. Tax revenues flowed to Istanbul. Egypt was treated as a province to be exploited rather than as a region to be developed. During the Ottoman period, Cairo remained a great city, but its importance declined relative to other Mediterranean ports. The discovery of sea routes around Africa to India reduced the importance of Egypt and the Red Sea trade routes. Then, in the late 18th century, France and Britain became increasingly interested in Egypt. The Suez Isthmus was recognized as strategically important. A canal connecting the Mediterranean to the Red Sea would shorten shipping distances dramatically. In 1798, Napoleon Bonaparte invaded Egypt. He brought with him not just military forces, but also scientists, scholars, and artists. He was intrigued by Egypt's ancient civilization and ordered scholarly investigations of Egypt's monuments. Although Napoleon was defeated and driven out by the British, his invasion awakened European interest in Egypt. Scholars became fascinated by ancient Egypt. Museums competed to acquire Egyptian antiquities. The study of Egyptology as a scholarly discipline began. In the 19th century, European influence over Egypt increased. In 1856, the Suez Canal project was approved. A French engineer named Ferdinand de Lesseps led the project. The canal was built between 1859 and 1869. The construction of the Suez Canal was an extraordinary achievement. Over 100,000 workers, many of them Egyptian peasants, labored on the project. The canal was one of the great engineering marvels of the age. But the cost of constructing the canal bankrupted Egypt. The country had to borrow heavily from European banks. Debt payments consumed a large portion of the government's revenue. Financial decisions came to be made not in Cairo, but in London and Paris, where the creditors were located. In 1882, Britain invaded Egypt to protect the Suez Canal and British financial interests. Although Egypt was technically still part of the Ottoman Empire, Britain established effective control. British officials were appointed to key positions in the Egyptian government. Egyptian resources were managed for British benefit. Expansion Section 10, Modern Egypt and Contemporary Challenges. Modern Egypt faces extraordinary challenges. The population has grown from about 5 million in 1900 to over 100 million today. This rapid population growth has strained every resource. Water is the critical issue. Egypt depends almost entirely on the Nile River for fresh water. The annual flow of the Nile is fixed. It cannot be increased. But Egypt's population and its agriculture require ever more water. This is causing a crisis. Upstream nations, Sudan and Ethiopia, are building dams and diverting water for their own use. Ethiopia's Grand Renaissance Dam, completed in 2020, will store enormous quantities of water behind it, reducing the flow to Egypt. Egypt has protested loudly, but the dam was built anyway. The Nile Delta is also under threat. The delta has been home to Egyptian civilization for thousands of years. It is the most fertile part of Egypt, but sea level rise and subsidence are causing the delta to sink. Within decades, significant portions of the delta may be inundated by seawater. This threatens to displace millions of people and to eliminate some of Egypt's most productive agricultural land. Climate change poses additional challenges. Temperatures are rising. Precipitation in Egypt is already minimal. Most of the country is desert. Rising temperatures could reduce the flow of the Nile. Extreme heat could reduce agricultural productivity. The economy faces serious challenges as well. Tourism, historically a major source of foreign currency, has been disrupted by political instability and terrorist attacks. The Sinai Peninsula, a popular tourist destination, has been affected by armed conflict. Oil revenues, which had been important to the Egyptian economy, have declined as global oil prices have fluctuated. Natural gas production from fields in the Mediterranean has provided some income, but not enough to offset the economic challenges. Unemployment, particularly among young people, is high. Many young Egyptians cannot find jobs that pay a living wage. This has led to social discontent and to the large-scale migrations of Egyptians to other countries seeking better opportunities. Despite these challenges, Egypt endures. The resilience of the Egyptian people is remarkable. They have survived invasions, famines, droughts, and political upheaval. They have adapted to changing circumstances. They have preserved their culture and their identity through millennia of change. The spirit of Egypt, its connection to the Nile, its pride in its ancient heritage, its cultural richness, persists. Egyptians continue to work, to create, to live their lives despite the challenges they face. The great monuments of ancient Egypt still stand. The pyramids have survived for more than 4,000 years. The temples still testify to the genius and the ambition of ancient Egyptians. These monuments remind us that human beings are capable of achieving extraordinary things. As you drift deeper into sleep now, imagine yourself in Cairo, looking out over the city as the night falls. Millions of lights twinkle as people in this enormous city go about their evening. Traffic sounds echo through the streets. The smell of food cooking wafts through the air. The Nile flows quietly through the city, as it has flowed through Cairo for more than 1,000 years. Yet if you were to look south from Cairo, if you were to travel south along the Nile, you would see the places where ancient Egypt flourished. You would see Giza, where the pyramids stand. You would see Luxor, where the ancient city of Thebes stood, with its temples of Karnak and Luxor. You would see Aswan, the ancient southern border of Egypt. All along the Nile, from the Mediterranean in the north to the mountains in the south, the story of Egypt unfolds. A story of more than 5,000 years. A story of kingdoms rising and falling. A story of monuments built and then abandoned. A story of civilizations transforming. Yet through all of this change, one thing has remained constant: the Nile. The river flows as it has always flowed. Every year the pattern is similar: the floods in summer, the planting in autumn, the harvest in spring. The same pattern that sustained the pharaohs sustains the Egyptians today. Sleep now, carrying with you the knowledge that you have journeyed through 5,000 years of Egyptian history. You have witnessed the birth of civilization. You have seen the pyramids rise. You have watched kingdoms rise and fall. You have seen Egypt adapt and persist through centuries of change. The voices of ancient Egyptians echo across the millennia. The voices of pharaohs and peasants, of scribes and soldiers, of priests and merchants. These voices have been preserved in texts that have survived thousands of years. They speak to us across time, telling us their stories, their hopes, their fears. Rest deeply now. Let the Nile flow through your dreams. Let the pyramids rise in the distance. Let yourself float on the currents of time back to ancient Egypt, to the beginning of civilization itself. Sleep well, good night. Expansion section 11 Daily Life in New Kingdom, Egypt. Let us pause now and imagine what daily life was actually like for different people living in Egypt during the New Kingdom, the height of Egyptian power and prosperity. A wealthy merchant living in Thebes during the reign of Ramesses III would wake before dawn. His house was substantial. It had multiple rooms, gardens, and a courtyard. The house was painted with bright colors. The walls of the rooms had paintings depicting scenes of daily life, of the gods, of the Egyptian landscape. The merchant would wash himself with water from a basin. A servant would bring him fresh linen clothes, a fine white linen kilt and a shirt. For a man of means, appearance was important. His clothes showed his status and wealth. Breakfast might consist of bread, fresh fruit, and beer. Yes, beer. The ancient Egyptians drank beer regularly. It was nutritious and relatively safe, in an age before clean water was always available. The beer was weak by modern standards, more like a beverage than a drink meant to intoxicate. The merchant would then go to his office, where he would work with scribes and other merchants. He might oversee the sale of grain, the purchase of goods from traders, the organization of shipments. A successful merchant could become very wealthy. Wealth brought status, influence, and the respect of his peers. Meanwhile, on a farm in the countryside, a peasant family was beginning their day as well. The father of the family would go to the fields to work. The fields were owned by a landowner or by a temple, and the peasant had the right to work a portion of the land, keeping a share of the harvest for himself. In the growing season, the work was demanding. The peasant had to weed his fields regularly. He had to watch for birds and animals that might eat the crops. He had to maintain the irrigation channels that brought water from the Nile to his fields. The peasant's wife would work in the house and in a small garden plot. She would grow vegetables, onions, lettuce, beans. She would prepare food, grinding grain into flour, baking bread, cooking simple meals. She might also work in the fields during harvest time. The peasants' children, once old enough, would also work. A young son might help in the fields. A young daughter might help her mother with cooking and household tasks. In the temple, a priest would be performing the daily ritual. Each day, the statue of the god in the inner shrine had to be ceremonially awakened, washed, dressed, and fed. The priest would perform these rituals with great care. The ritual was believed to maintain the favor of the god and to keep the universe in order. Priests in major temples lived quite comfortably. They received a portion of the offerings that were made to the god. They might receive land grants. Some priests became quite wealthy, but they had significant religious responsibilities as well. A soldier in the army of Ramesses Roman III would be waking in a military camp or in a garrison town. He would eat a simple breakfast of bread and beer. He would report for training or for his assigned duties. Soldiers trained with weapons, bows, spears, shields. They practiced formations and tactics. Soldiers received regular pay in the form of grain rations along with beer. They also received clothing and sandals. In times of war, soldiers could acquire wealth through plunder. Some soldiers rose to high rank and became officers. A successful military career could lead to land grants and wealth. An artist or craftsman, perhaps a sculptor or painter working on a tomb, would be at work in the tomb, creating artwork. Egyptian tombs were decorated with paintings and reliefs that depicted the life of the deceased. These artworks were not merely decorative, they had religious significance. They were believed to magically provide for the deceased in the afterlife. Creating artwork required skill and training. An artist might serve an apprenticeship for many years, learning his craft. Once skilled, he could earn a good living. Artists were respected members of society and often had relatively higher status than common laborers. In the evening, as the sun set, people would gather in their homes or in public spaces. They might tell stories or play games. Music was popular. The Egyptians played harps, lyres, drums, and other instruments. Music and dancing were part of celebrations and religious festivals. Expansion Section 12 Hieroglyphic Writing System. In detail, the hieroglyphic writing system of ancient Egypt is one of the most fascinating aspects of their civilization. Understanding how it worked reveals the sophistication of Egyptian thinking. Hieroglyphics were a combination of three types of signs. First, there were logograms, signs that represented whole words. A picture of a bee meant bee. A picture of a sun meant sun. A picture of a house meant house. Second, there were phonetic signs, signs that represented sounds. These could be single consonants or combinations of consonants. For example, one sign represented the sound N. Another represented M. Another represented PR, which is the sound for house or to come out. Third, there were determinatives, signs that clarified the meaning of a word. For example, the word for to walk might be written with three phonetic signs representing the sounds W, L, and K, followed by a picture of legs. The picture of the legs, the determinative, clarified that the word referred to walking, which is an action involving legs. So a single Egyptian word might be written as a combination of phonetic signs and determinatives. For example, the word God might be written with phonetic signs followed by a picture of a god figure. The phonetic signs gave you the pronunciation, and the determinative clarified the meaning. This system was complex and required years of training to master. A scribe had to learn hundreds of signs. He had to understand which combinations of phonetic signs and determinatives represented which words. Hieroglyphics were written in rows or in columns. They could be written from left to right, or from right to left, or from top to bottom. You could tell the direction by looking at which way the animals or figures faced. They faced the beginning of the line. Hieroglyphics were used primarily for monumental inscriptions, on temple walls, on tombs, on obelisks. For everyday writing, particularly administrative documents and letters, scribes used a simplified script called cursive hieroglyphics or hieratic. This was faster to write and easier to use on papyrus. A papyrus was a remarkable writing material. It was made from the papyrus plant, which grew in the marshes of the Nile Delta. The plant was cut into strips. The strips were laid perpendicular to each other and then pressed together. The plant's natural juices created a glue that held the strips together, creating a material similar to paper. A papyrus was relatively durable and lasted for thousands of years if stored in a dry place. Many Egyptian documents written on papyrus have survived to the present day. By reading these documents, we know what the Egyptians actually thought and did. Expansion Section 13 Trade and Commerce in Ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt was not isolated. It was part of a complex trade network that connected Egypt to other regions of the Mediterranean and the Near East. Understanding Egyptian trade reveals the sophistication of the Egyptian economy. Egypt's primary export was grain. The Nile Valley produced enormous quantities of grain, wheat, and barley. A large surplus was produced beyond what was needed for domestic consumption. This surplus was exported. Grain was traded for luxury goods that Egypt could not produce. Egypt had no cedar trees, for example, but cedar wood from the Levant, modern-day Lebanon, was highly valued. Phoenician merchants from the Levant sailed to Egypt and traded cedar wood for grain. Egypt also imported other goods. From Nubia to the south came gold, ebony, incense, and animal skins. From the Levant came timber, wine, and oil. From the Aegean came wine and possibly timber. From Punt, a region in the area of present-day Somalia or Sudan, came myrrh, frankincense, and other exotic goods. Egyptian merchants established trading posts in foreign lands. They negotiated with foreign rulers. They organized shipping expeditions. The pharaoh was intimately involved in trade. Major trading expeditions were organized under the pharaoh's authority. The Red Sea was an important trade route. Goods from India, from East Africa, and from the Arabian Peninsula could be shipped up the Red Sea to Egypt. From Egypt, goods were shipped to the Mediterranean and to the Levant. The Nile itself was Egypt's internal trade route. Boats carried grain, stone, and goods up and down the river. Barge traffic on the Nile was constant during the season when the river was navigable. Ships were important to Egyptian civilization. The Egyptians built strong wooden ships designed to sail on the Mediterranean and on the Red Sea. The oldest known ship dates to around 2800 before the Common Era, thousands of years before the pyramids were built. Egyptian merchants understood the value of establishing long-term trading relationships. A merchant who could provide reliable supplies of needed goods would be valued and would prosper. Trading relationships sometimes lasted for generations, with the same families maintaining commercial connections with each other. Trade brought not just goods, but also ideas and cultural influences. Trade with other peoples exposed Egyptians to different ways of thinking and living. Similarly, Egyptian culture influenced the peoples with whom they traded. Expansion section 14. Women in Ancient Egypt. The status of women in ancient Egypt was remarkably advanced for its time. In many respects, Egyptian women had more rights and more freedom than women in many other ancient societies. Legally, Egyptian women had considerable rights. A woman could own property, including land and slaves. A woman could conduct business. A woman could enter into contracts and legal agreements. If a woman was married, her property remained her own. It was not transferred to her husband. A woman could divorce her husband relatively easily. If she wanted to leave the marriage, she could do so. The divorce process was not as simple as modern divorce, but it was possible. Some women who divorced their husbands remarried. In the family, women often held significant authority. A wife had responsibility for managing the household. She supervised the servants and slaves. She organized food production and preparation. In some households, the wife's authority was substantial. Women could also work outside the home. Some women were merchants. Some were weavers or potters. Some worked in temples as singers or musicians. Some women of the highest social classes were landowners or administrators. One notable example was Hatshepsut, who ruled Egypt as pharaoh. She was not the only female pharaoh, but she was one of the most successful. She ruled for more than 20 years and accomplished much. Women also played important religious roles. Some women served as priestesses. Others were singers or musicians in temples. The god's wife, a high-ranking religious position, was often held by a woman. In terms of clothing and personal appearance, women had freedom to express themselves. Well-to-do women wore makeup, kohl around the eyes to protect them from the sun and to beautify them. They wore jewelry, rings, bracelets, necklaces. They wore wigs and had their hair braided. However, despite these considerable rights, women were still primarily responsible for household duties and childcare. A woman's primary role for most women was to be a wife and mother. A woman's status was often defined by her relationship to men as a daughter, wife, or mother. In widowhood, a woman could become quite powerful. A widow with adult children and property could exercise considerable control over the household. Some widows became landowners and administrators of significant properties. Expansion Section 15 Disease, Medicine, and Health. The ancient Egyptians developed medical knowledge that was remarkably advanced for its time. We know about Egyptian medicine from medical papyri that have survived to the present day. The Egyptians understood that the human body contained vessels or channels through which liquid flowed. They called these vessels meru, and they believed that blood and other fluids flowed through them. This was actually not far from the modern understanding of blood vessels and circulation. The Egyptians performed some surgeries. They could set broken bones. They could treat wounds. They could perform some procedures that sound like surgery, though without anesthesia, these procedures must have been agonizing. Egyptian physicians used a variety of medicines derived from plants and minerals. Willow bark, which contains salicylic acid, similar to aspirin, was used to treat pain and inflammation. Garlic and onions were believed to have medicinal properties and were used to treat infections. The Egyptians also relied on magic and religious practices to treat illness. They believed that disease was caused by demons or angry gods. A physician might prescribe a spell along with a medicine. The patient would recite the spell as they took the medicine. Despite their medical knowledge, the life expectancy in ancient Egypt was relatively short. A person born in ancient Egypt might expect to live only 30 to 40 years. Many children died in infancy. Childbirth was dangerous for women. The causes of death were many. Infections, which today would be treated with antibiotics, were deadly in ancient Egypt. Parasitic diseases spread by contaminated water were common. Malaria and other tropical diseases were present in Egypt. Famine was an occasional threat. If the Nile failed to flood, the crops would fail, and famine would follow. Historical records describe several periods of severe famine when people died of starvation. Despite the health challenges, the Egyptians were generally well-nourished and healthy compared to many ancient peoples. The agricultural abundance of the Nile Valley meant that food was usually available. The climate was generally favorable to health. The mummies of ancient Egyptians have been studied by modern medical experts who have learned much about the health of ancient Egyptians. They found evidence of arthritis, dental disease, and various infections. Some mummies show evidence of parasitic infections or nutritional deficiencies. Expansion Section 16. The Decline of Ancient Egypt. The decline of ancient Egypt was gradual. There was no single moment when Egypt ceased to be a great power. Rather, over centuries, Egypt's power diminished, foreign powers exercised more control, and Egypt's unique civilization gradually faded. Several factors contributed to Egypt's decline. First, the Nile Valley had limited natural resources beyond agriculture. Egypt had little timber, little metal, little stones suitable for construction. These had to be imported. This made Egypt dependent on trade. Second, Egypt's geography made it vulnerable to invasion. The Nile Valley is a narrow strip of land surrounded by desert. An invader who could command the Nile could control the entire country. This is what happened repeatedly. Foreign powers who could control the Nile could control Egypt. Third, the rise of other powers meant that Egypt was no longer the dominant power in the region. The Hittites challenged Egyptian power in the New Kingdom. Later, the Persians, the Greeks, the Romans, all were powerful and could challenge or defeat Egypt. Fourth, internal factors weakened Egypt. The priesthood of Ammon became so powerful that they rivaled the pharaoh. Political instability and civil wars weakened the state. Corruption among officials siphoned resources away from productive uses. Fifth, Egypt did not adapt as rapidly to technological change as some other civilizations. The development of iron weapons, for example, gave peoples who had iron a significant military advantage. Egypt was slow to adopt iron technology, partly because iron had to be imported. By the time of the late period, Egypt was no longer a superpower. Egypt was one nation among many. It was often invaded or conquered by foreign powers. When Alexander the Great arrived, Egypt had already been conquered and ruled by the Persians. Yet even after Egypt lost political independence, Egyptian civilization persisted. Egyptians maintained their culture, their language, their traditions. The Ptolemies who ruled Egypt tried to present themselves as pharaohs and tried to maintain Egyptian religious traditions. Eventually, Christianity replaced the pagan religion of the pharaohs. Arabic replaced Egyptian and Greek as the primary language. The old civilization was transformed, but the transformation took centuries, and elements of the old civilization persisted in modified form. Expansion Section 17. The rediscovery of ancient Egypt. The modern rediscovery of ancient Egypt began with Napoleon's invasion in 1798. Napoleon brought with him not just soldiers, but also scholars and scientists. He ordered studies of Egypt's monuments and artifacts. One of the most important discoveries came in 1801. The Rosetta Stone was found near the town of Rosetta in the Nile Delta. The stone was a slab of black granite, inscribed with 3 versions of the same text, one in ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics, one in Greek, and one in Demotic, another form of Egyptian writing. The Rosetta Stone was taken to London and became the most famous artifact of ancient Egypt. For years, Scholars tried to use it to decode the hieroglyphics. The Greek text could be read directly. If they could figure out what the Greek text said and then match it to the hieroglyphics, they might be able to decode the writing system. In 1822, a French scholar named Jean-François Champollion announced that he had successfully decoded the hieroglyphics. He realized that some hieroglyphics were phonetic. They represented sounds rather than just words. Using this insight, he was able to decipher the text. Champollion's breakthrough was transformative. Suddenly, thousands of Egyptian texts that had been silent for centuries could be read. The voices of ancient Egyptians could be heard. Scholars could read the instructions of pharaohs, the wisdom of teachers, the prayers of priests. In the 19th century, Egyptian archaeology became a major discipline. Scholars and adventurers from Europe and America traveled to Egypt to study the monuments and to collect artifacts. Some archaeologists were serious scholars who contributed to our knowledge of Egypt. Others were essentially grave robbers, looking for treasures to send back to Europe. In 1822, the English Egyptologist John Gardner Wilkinson published Manners and Customs of the Ancient Egyptians, which became the standard reference work. Throughout the 19th century, more Egyptian texts were translated, more monuments were studied, and our knowledge of ancient Egypt grew. One of the most famous archaeological discoveries was the tomb of Tutankhamun, discovered in 1922 by Howard Carter. Tutankhamun was a minor pharaoh who died young and whose tomb had been hidden and forgotten. His tomb contained thousands of artifacts, furniture, clothing, weapons, religious objects, all preserved by the dry Egyptian climate. The discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb captivated the world. For the first time, people could see the actual objects that had been used by an ancient pharaoh thousands of years ago. The treasures from the tomb were displayed in museums around the world. In the 20th century, Egyptology developed into a sophisticated academic discipline. Universities taught Egyptology. Scholars developed more rigorous methods of excavation and analysis. New technologies, like radiocarbon dating, allowed more accurate dating of artifacts. Today, our knowledge of ancient Egypt is extensive. We can read thousands of Egyptian texts. We understand their politics, their religion, their daily life. We know the names of their kings and queens. We know the stories they told. Expansion section 18 Legacy of Ancient Egypt. The legacy of ancient Egypt extends far beyond Egypt itself. Ancient Egypt influenced the development of human civilization in many ways. The Egyptians developed writing hieroglyphics, one of the earliest writing systems in the world. Writing was revolutionary. It allowed ideas and knowledge to be preserved and transmitted across generations. Without writing, knowledge would be lost when a person died. Writing created a collective memory. The Egyptians developed mathematics. They understood geometry. They used mathematics to calculate areas and volumes. They used mathematics in their architecture and construction. The Egyptians developed early forms of the calendar. They understood that the year was approximately 365 days long. They divided the year into months and created a calendar that allowed them to predict the flooding of the Nile. The Egyptians made contributions to medicine and anatomy. Through mummification, they gained knowledge of the human body. They developed surgical techniques and created medical texts that influenced later medical traditions. The Egyptians created art and architecture of extraordinary sophistication. The pyramids are one of the wonders of the ancient world. Egyptian statues and reliefs set standards for artistic achievement that influenced Greek and later Western art. The Egyptians developed moral and ethical teachings. The concept of ma'at, truth, justice, and order was central to Egyptian philosophy. This concept influenced later ethical and moral thought. Egyptian civilization lasted for more than 3,000 years, longer than any other ancient civilization. This longevity was remarkable. It suggests that Egyptian society had achieved a stable balance between order and change, between tradition and innovation. The symbols of ancient Egypt, the pyramids, the pharaohs, the hieroglyphics, have become iconic. They represent human achievement, ancient wisdom, and the grandeur of a lost civilization. Today, Egyptian culture persists. Modern Egyptians are proud of their ancient heritage. They see themselves as the inheritors of the civilization of the pharaohs. The Nile still flows through Egypt, sustaining life as it has for thousands of years. As you drift deeper into sleep now, carrying with you the knowledge of this extraordinary civilization, let yourself imagine what it must have been like to live in ancient Egypt. To live in a society that built monuments that still stand after thousands of years. To live in a society that created art and literature and knowledge that we still value today. The Nile flows through your dreams now. The pyramids rise on the horizon. Pharaohs and peasants, scribes and soldiers, priests and merchants, all the people who made up ancient Egyptian civilization pass through your consciousness. Sleep deeply, knowing that you have encountered one of the greatest civilizations in human history. A civilization that rose from the banks of a river and created wonders that endured for thousands of years. Sleep well, good night. May the Nile flow peacefully through your dreams. May the pyramids stand eternal in the distance. May the voices of ancient Egypt whisper their wisdom as you rest. Good night, sleep well. Expansion section 19 Temples and religious architecture. The temples of ancient Egypt were architectural masterpieces and centers of religious and political power. Understanding them is essential to understanding Egyptian civilization. Egyptian temples were not places where ordinary people gathered for worship, as modern churches are. Rather, they were the homes of the gods. The inner sanctuary of a temple contained a statue of the god. This statue was believed to be inhabited by the god's spirit. Only priests were allowed into the inner sanctuary. Ordinary people could enter the outer areas of the temple, but access to the Holy of Holies was restricted to priests and to the pharaoh. A typical temple had several parts. At the entrance was a pylon, a massive gate with sloping walls decorated with reliefs and inscriptions. The pylon announced the power and importance of the temple. Behind the pylon was a courtyard open to the sky. Here, pilgrims and priests would gather. Reliefs on the walls depicted the gods and the pharaoh. Behind the courtyard was a hypostyle hall, a roofed area with many columns. The columns were designed to look like plants, lotus columns, papyrus columns. This created the sense that you were in a sacred garden. Behind the hypostyle hall was a series of smaller chambers, getting progressively smaller and dimmer, leading to the inner sanctuary. This arrangement created a sense of sacred progression, moving from the public to the private, from light to darkness, from the outer world to the presence of the god. The walls of temples were covered with reliefs depicting religious scenes. A typical scene might show the pharaoh making an offering to a god or the god blessing the pharaoh. These scenes were not merely decorative, they had religious and political significance. One of the greatest temples in ancient Egypt is the Temple of Karnak at Thebes, modern-day Luxor. Karnak is a vast complex of temples, sanctuaries, and shrines dedicated primarily to the god Ammon. The complex was built and expanded over more than 1,000 years. The Great Hypostyle Hall at Karnak is one of the most impressive structures in ancient Egypt. It contains 134 columns arranged in 16 rows. The central columns are 69 feet tall. Walking through this forest of columns creates an overwhelming sense of the sacred and the monumental. Another great temple is the Temple of Luxor, also dedicated to Ammon. It is smaller than Karnak, but beautifully proportioned. The Temple of Luxor was connected to the Temple of Karnak by a ceremonial avenue lined with sphinxes. At Abu Simbel in southern Egypt, there is a temple carved entirely into a mountainside. The facade shows 4 colossal statues of Ramesses Roman II, each 69 feet tall. The temple was oriented so that on 2 days of the year, the sun would shine directly into the inner sanctuary, illuminating the statues of the gods. Temples were not just religious centers, they were also economic centers. Temples owned vast lands. They controlled agricultural production. They engaged in trade. The high priests of major temples were among the most powerful people in Egypt. In the late New Kingdom, the priests of Ammon at Thebes had wealth and power rivaling that of the pharaoh himself. Expansion Section 20. The quest for immortality central to Egyptian civilization was the quest for immortality, the desire to live forever. This desire shaped every aspect of Egyptian society, from the building of monuments to the development of religious beliefs. The Egyptians believed that a person's identity continued after death, but this continuation was not automatic. Rather, it required certain conditions. The body had to be preserved. The person's name had to be preserved. The person's memory had to be preserved. This is why mummification was so important. By preserving the body, Egyptians believed they were preserving the person's identity and making immortality possible. This is also why monuments were so important. A tomb, a temple, a statue, these were ways of preserving memory. As long as a person's name was inscribed in stone, as long as people could see the monuments associated with that person would live in memory. The pyramids can be understood as the ultimate quest for immortality. A pyramid was a tomb for a pharaoh, but it was also a monument to the pharaoh's power and a guarantee of the pharaoh's eternal life. A pharaoh would begin building his tomb as soon as he ascended to the throne. He might spend the entire length of his reign building his tomb. After his death, his successors might continue expanding it. The resources devoted to tomb construction were enormous. Thousands of workers, years of labor, massive quantities of stone and materials, all went into the construction of a single tomb. This shows how important the Egyptians believed the quest for immortality to be. The concept of immortality also shaped Egyptian religion and ethics. The concept of Ma'at, truth, justice, order, was connected to immortality. To live virtuously in accordance with Ma'at was believed to ensure a favorable judgment in the afterlife and thus to ensure immortality. Expansion Section 21. The role of the pharaoh. The pharaoh was the center of Egyptian civilization. Everything revolved around the pharaoh: politics, religion, art, culture. Understanding the pharaoh is essential to understanding Egypt. The pharaoh was believed to be a god, not merely a representative of the gods, but an actual god incarnate. The pharaoh was the son of Ra, the sun god. The pharaoh was a manifestation of Horus, the falcon-headed god of the sky. This divine status gave the pharaoh absolute authority. The pharaoh was the sole source of law. The pharaoh owned all the land in Egypt. The pharaoh controlled the army. The pharaoh made decisions about irrigation, agriculture, trade, everything. In theory, no one could challenge the pharaoh's authority. In practice, powerful officials and priests sometimes constrained the pharaoh's power, but the pharaoh remained the ultimate source of authority. The pharaoh's primary responsibility was to maintain Ma'at, to maintain order and harmony in the universe. This required the pharaoh to perform religious rituals. It required the pharaoh to maintain justice. It required the pharaoh to ensure that the Nile flooded and that crops grew. If the Nile failed to flood, if crops failed, if disasters struck, it could be interpreted as the pharaoh's failure to maintain Ma'at. This belief sometimes put pressure on the pharaoh to maintain order and prosperity. The pharaoh was also responsible for protecting Egypt from enemies. The pharaoh led the army in war. Military victories reflected well on the pharaoh and enhanced his power. Military defeats damaged the pharaoh's prestige. In terms of daily life, the pharaoh lived in palaces. Palaces were surrounded by courtyards and gardens. They were decorated luxuriously. The pharaoh lived a life very different from ordinary Egyptians, with every want provided for. The pharaoh also had significant ceremonial responsibilities. He had to appear at important religious festivals. He had to make offerings to the gods. He had to maintain proper relations with foreign powers through diplomacy and sometimes marriage alliances. Expansion Section 22, Egyptian Cosmology and the Universe. The Egyptians developed a sophisticated understanding of the universe and how it operated. Their cosmology shaped their religious beliefs and their understanding of their place in the universe. The Egyptians believed that the universe had a structure. At the top was the sky goddess Nut, whose star-studded body stretched across the heavens. Below her was the earth god Geb, whose body formed the land of Egypt. Between Nut and Geb was Shu, the god of air. Shu held up Nut, keeping the sky separate from the earth. This was the cosmos, a carefully ordered system with specific places and relationships for the gods. The Nile, which flowed through the center of this cosmos, was understood to be the physical manifestation of cosmic order. The annual flood was seen as a cosmic event, the renewal of the universe. The receding of the flood and the growth of crops represented the continuation of order. Beyond the known world, beyond the Nile Valley and the desert, was chaos. Chaos was seen as a threat, a constant force that threatened to engulf the ordered universe. It was the responsibility of the pharaoh and the gods to prevent chaos from overwhelming order. At night, the sun god Ra was believed to travel through the underworld in his solar bark, traveling from west to east, emerging from the underworld in the east to begin a new day. This nightly journey through the underworld was believed to be dangerous, as Ra battled the forces of chaos. The Egyptians believed in a primordial ocean called Nun, which existed before creation and from which all things emerged. Nun represented chaos, undifferentiated possibility. From Nun emerged Atum, the creator god who brought order to the universe. This cosmology had profound implications for Egyptian religion and culture. The annual flood of the Nile was understood not merely as a natural phenomenon, but as a cosmic event, the renewal of creation. The construction of temples was understood as a way of maintaining cosmic order. Expansion Section 23, Nubian-Egyptian relations. To the south of Egypt, along the Nile Valley, was Nubia. Relations between Egypt and Nubia were complex, sometimes peaceful, sometimes warlike, always involving trade and cultural exchange. In the Old and Middle Kingdoms, Egypt viewed Nubia primarily as a source of wealth. Nubia provided gold, which was highly valued. Nubia also provided ivory, incense, animal skins, ebony, and other luxury goods. Egyptian armies periodically invaded Nubia to extract tribute or to maintain control of Nubian resources. Nubian princes were taken to Egypt as hostages to ensure their father's loyalty. However, Nubian culture also influenced Egyptian culture. Religious ideas and artistic styles flowed back and forth across the Egypt-Nubia border. Over centuries, the two civilizations became intertwined. In the New Kingdom, Egypt's control over Nubia was at its height. Egyptian officials administered Nubian territories. Egyptian temples were built in Nubia. The Nubians adopted Egyptian religious practices and artistic styles. But eventually, Nubian power grew. In the 7th century before the Common Era, Nubian rulers conquered Egypt. For about a century, Nubian kings ruled Egypt. During this period, the Nubian culture and religion influenced Egyptian practice. Although Nubian rule over Egypt was relatively brief, it demonstrated that Nubia was a powerful civilization in its own right, not simply a subject of Egypt. Nubia had cities, governments, religions, and cultures that were distinctive and sophisticated. Expansion Section 24: Egyptian influence on Greek civilization. Ancient Egypt had significant influence on ancient Greek civilization. Greek scholars and merchants came to Egypt, studied Egyptian knowledge, and brought ideas back to Greece. The Greek philosopher Herodotus visited Egypt around 440 before the Common Era and wrote extensively about what he saw. His writings, though sometimes inaccurate, are valuable sources of information about Egypt and about Greek perceptions of Egypt. Herodotus was impressed by Egyptian mathematics, by the sophistication of Egyptian religion, by the great monuments. He was also puzzled by Egyptian customs that were different from Greek customs. Greek mathematics was influenced by Egyptian mathematics. The Greeks learned geometry and other mathematical concepts from the Egyptians. Greek architecture was influenced by Egyptian architecture. The use of columns, the proportions of buildings, the orientation of structures. Greek architects incorporated Egyptian principles into their own designs. Greek religion was influenced by Egyptian religion. Some Greek gods were identified with Egyptian gods. The concept of an afterlife, of judgment after death, may have been influenced by Egyptian beliefs. When Alexander the Great conquered Egypt, he brought Greek culture with him. The Ptolemies, his successors in Egypt, tried to blend Greek and Egyptian traditions. They built temples in both Greek and Egyptian styles. They presented themselves as pharaohs while maintaining Greek language and culture. The interaction between Egyptian and Greek civilization produced a synthesis Hellenistic civilization that combined elements of both. This synthesis spread throughout the Mediterranean and the Near East, creating a cosmopolitan culture that drew on both Egyptian and Greek traditions. Now, as you continue to rest deeply in sleep, imagine yourself as a traveler in ancient Egypt. You have journeyed up the Nile from the Mediterranean delta, seeing the great cities of Lower Egypt, Memphis, and Alexandria. You have traveled south, seeing the great temples of Middle Egypt. You have reached Thebes, the great capital of the New Kingdom, where enormous temples dedicated to Ammon stretch along both banks of the Nile. You have traveled further south, past the First Cataract, into Nubia, seeing the temples and monuments that Egypt built in Nubian territory. Throughout your journey, you have seen the Nile, the source of life for all of Egypt. You have seen the fields along the Nile, green and fertile. You have seen the desert beyond the fields, vast and empty. You have seen the pyramids on the Giza Plateau, monuments to the ambition of the pharaohs. You have seen temples decorated with reliefs depicting gods and pharaohs. You have seen villages of peasants tilling the soil. You have encountered the people of Egypt, the pharaohs and the nobles, the priests and the scribes, the farmers and the craftspeople. You have seen their lives, their beliefs, their aspirations. You have witnessed 5,000 years of history. You have seen kingdoms rise and fall. You have seen foreign invaders come and go. You have seen a civilization adapt and persist through centuries of change. And through it all, the Nile has flowed. The great river that was the source of Egyptian civilization for thousands of years continues to flow today, sustaining the people who live on its banks. The Egypt of the pharaohs is gone, the temples crumble, the hieroglyphics are no longer written, the gods of ancient Egypt are no longer worshipped, but the Nile remains, the land remains, the spirit of Egypt remains. Sleep now deeply and peacefully. Carry with you the knowledge of this great civilization. Remember the pyramids, the temples, the monuments. Remember the voices of the pharaohs and the wisdom of the scribes. Remember the faith of the Egyptians in the gods and in the afterlife. Let sleep carry you away from the modern world. Let the Nile flow through your dreams. Let the pyramids rise on the horizon. Let yourself rest in the timeless peace of ancient Egypt. Sleep well, good night. May you sleep as deeply as the pharaohs sleeping in their tombs. May you dream of the wonders of ancient Egypt, and may you wake tomorrow refreshed and renewed. Good night, sleep well. The Nile flows eternal. Expansion Section 25. The architecture of the pyramids. In detail, let us linger for a moment on the pyramids themselves, for they deserve our attention and our wonder. They are among the most remarkable structures ever built by human beings. The Great Pyramid of Khufu was originally 481 feet tall. It covered 13 acres of ground. It contained approximately 2.3 million blocks of stone. It weighs approximately 6 million tons. Yet the Great Pyramid is not the only pyramid in Egypt. There are more than 80 pyramids scattered along the Nile Valley. Each one is a testament to the power of the pharaoh who built it and to the engineering knowledge of ancient Egypt. The oldest pyramids are the step pyramids, built in the 3rd dynasty. The most famous step pyramid is the Pyramid of Djoser at Saqqara, built by the architect Imhotep around 2700 before the Common Era. This pyramid was innovative for its time, one of the first large structures built entirely of stone. The step pyramid consists of 6 mastabas stacked on top of each other, creating a stepped appearance. The pyramid rises to a height of approximately 200 feet. It was surrounded by a complex of temples and courtyards, all enclosed by a wall. The building of the step pyramid was experimental. It was one of the first times that the Egyptians attempted to build such a massive stone structure. There were design problems and construction difficulties, but ultimately the pyramid was completed successfully. After the step pyramids came the bent pyramid, which has the unusual characteristic of changing its angle partway up the structure. The bent pyramid was built by Pharaoh Sneferu during the 4th dynasty. The first true pyramid, with straight sides rather than steps, was also built by Sneferu. This was the Red Pyramid at Dahshur. It stands at a height of 345 feet and has a slope angle of approximately 43 degrees. After Sneferu's innovations, later pharaohs built their own true pyramids. The Great Pyramid of Khufu, the grandson of Sneferu, was the culmination of pyramid building. No pyramid built after the Great Pyramid was as large or as impressive. The inside of the Great Pyramid is a marvel of engineering. It contains passages and chambers connected by corridors. The main chamber, called the King's Chamber, contains a large stone sarcophagus in which the pharaoh's body was placed. The sarcophagus in the Great Pyramid is made of red granite, weighing approximately 70 tons. It was transported from a quarry hundreds of miles away and placed inside the pyramid. How this massive stone was transported and positioned inside the pyramid remains something of a mystery. Above the king's chamber, there are 5 relieving chambers. These empty spaces were designed to distribute the weight of the stones above, preventing the roof of the king's chamber from being crushed by the enormous weight of the pyramid. This shows that the builders of the Great Pyramid understood the principles of statics and mechanics. They anticipated the stresses and strains that would be placed on the pyramid's interior structure and designed solutions to address them. One of the mysteries of the pyramids is their internal layout. Why were some pyramids built with certain orientations? Why were certain passages designed in particular ways? Some scholars believe that the internal design of pyramids had religious or astronomical significance, aligning with stars or with the paths of gods. Another mystery is how the pyramids were so precisely aligned. The Great Pyramid is oriented almost perfectly to true north, with only a small error of about 4 minutes of arc. How did the Egyptians achieve this precision without modern instruments? They must have used the stars to determine direction. Expansion Section 26 Scribes and Education in Ancient Egypt. Scribes were the educated class of ancient Egypt. To become a scribe was to acquire power, status, and security. Understanding the role of scribes is essential to understanding Egyptian civilization. A boy who showed promise in his early years might be selected for scribble training. If his family had connections to the government or to the temple, his chances of becoming a scribe were improved. But even a boy from a modest background could become a scribe if he showed aptitude and determination. Scribble training was long and rigorous. A boy would spend years learning to write hieroglyphics and hieratic. He would learn mathematics, including geometry and calculation. He would learn the administrative procedures that were essential to government work. The texts used to teach writing and mathematics have survived to the present day. Students would copy them repeatedly, learning to write. These texts are sometimes humorous or offer moral advice, suggesting that education was not purely practical, but also aimed at moral development. One famous text used in scribble schools was the Instruction of Ptahhotep, which we mentioned earlier. Another was the Satirical Papyrus, which humorously depicted various professions and suggested that scribble work was the most desirable profession. A student scribe might practice writing by making copies of famous texts or by writing exercises in cursive handwriting. Apprentices would work with experienced scribes, learning on the job. Once trained, a scribe could find employment in government administration, in the temple, in the military, or in private business. Scribes were essential to Egyptian society. No government office could function without scribes to keep records and to write documents. A successful scribe could accumulate wealth and status. He might be appointed to a high administrative position. He might oversee projects or manage properties. A very successful scribe might become a vizier, the highest administrative official in the land. Scribes wrote on papyrus, using a reed pen and black ink made from carbon. They organized their writing in neat columns. They used abbreviations and standardized formats to organize information efficiently. The scribes also wrote religious texts, copying sacred texts for temples and tombs. A scribe might spend years copying a single large text. Religious copying was considered an honorable occupation and one that had spiritual significance. The knowledge possessed by scribes was valuable. Only scribes could read and write. This gave them power and status. A scribal monopoly on literacy meant that scribes were essential intermediaries between the government and the people. Expansion Section 27, the final synthesis. As we near the end of our journey through 5,000 years of Egyptian history, let us reflect on what we have learned and what it means. Ancient Egypt was one of the greatest civilizations in human history. It lasted longer than most other great civilizations. It achieved extraordinary artistic and architectural accomplishments. It created a sophisticated government and administrative system. It developed writing, mathematics, medicine, and other branches of knowledge. What made Egypt great? Part of the answer is geography. The Nile Valley provided a stable, productive environment. The river's annual flood was predictable and dependable. The soil was fertile. The climate was favorable. But geography alone does not explain Egypt's greatness. Many regions have favorable geography, but have not produced great civilizations. Egypt's greatness also resulted from the vision and determination of its people. The Egyptians had a vision of creating a timeless, eternal civilization. This vision drove them to build monuments that would last forever. It drove them to develop systems of government that would be stable and enduring. The Egyptians believed in order and harmony in Ma'at. This belief shaped their decisions and their actions. They strove to maintain order, to resist chaos, to create harmony between humans and gods. The Egyptians valued knowledge and wisdom. They created schools to educate scribes. They wrote down their knowledge in texts that have survived to the present day. They sought to understand the universe and their place in it. The Egyptians valued beauty. They created art and architecture of extraordinary elegance. The reliefs in Egyptian tombs and temples show sophisticated understanding of proportion, composition, and aesthetics. The Egyptians valued immortality. This might seem paradoxical, a civilization obsessed with death. But the Egyptian quest for immortality was really a quest for meaning and permanence. They wanted to leave a mark on the world that would endure. And today, Egypt is no longer the superpower it once was. The pyramids stand as monuments to a lost world. The temples are visited by tourists seeking to glimpse a vanished civilization. Yet Egypt endures. The land remains. The Nile flows. The Egyptian people continue to live on the banks of the river as their ancestors did thousands of years ago. Modern Egypt faces challenges that are as serious as any faced by ancient Egypt. Water shortages, population pressure, climate change, economic difficulties. These are formidable challenges. But Egyptians demonstrate the same resilience and adaptability that their ancestors showed thousands of years ago. They face their challenges with determination and hope. The legacy of ancient Egypt extends far beyond Egypt itself. The achievements of ancient Egypt influenced the development of Western civilization. Greek civilization was influenced by Egypt. Roman civilization borrowed from Egyptian traditions. The concepts of law and justice that developed in Egypt influenced Western legal systems. The Egyptians were among the first to develop writing. Writing is perhaps the most important invention in human history. It allows knowledge to be preserved and transmitted. Without writing, civilization as we know it would not be possible. The Egyptians were among the first to develop complex government and administration. The systems that they created, bureaucracies, record-keeping, tax collection, became models for later civilizations. The Egyptians were among the first to ask the deep questions that humans ask. Questions about the nature of the universe, about the meaning of life, about what happens after death. The answers that the Egyptians developed were not scientifically accurate, but they represented sophisticated thinking about profound questions. As you drift deeper into sleep now, holding all of this knowledge within your consciousness, you understand that you are a participant in the long history of human civilization. The achievements of the Egyptians are your heritage. The wisdom of the ancient Egyptians is available to you. The Nile flows through your dreams. The pyramids rise in the distance. The temples gleam in the sunshine. The people of ancient Egypt go about their daily lives, farming, building, creating, worshipping. Sleep now peacefully and deeply. Sleep like the pharaohs in their tombs. Sleep surrounded by the eternity of the Egyptian civilization. Sleep knowing that you have journeyed through one of humanity's greatest stories. The voices of ancient Egypt whisper to you across 5,000 years. They speak of their achievements and their aspirations. They speak of their failures and their triumphs. They speak of their faith in the gods and in the eternity of the soul. Listen to these voices as you sleep. Let them guide your dreams. Let them carry you to a place of timeless peace and rest. Sleep well, good night. May the peace of the Nile flow through your sleep. May the timeless grandeur of Egypt sustain you in rest. May you wake tomorrow renewed and refreshed, carrying with you the knowledge of this great civilization. Good night, sleep well. The Nile flows eternal. Egypt endures. Sleep well. Expansion Section 28 Agriculture and the Nile Cycle. The foundation of Egyptian civilization was agriculture, the cultivation of crops in the Nile Valley. Understanding agriculture in ancient Egypt is understanding the economic and social basis of Egyptian civilization. The annual cycle of the Nile dominated Egyptian life. The Nile Valley existed in a rhythm determined by the river's flood cycle. From June to September, the Nile rose above its banks, inundating the surrounding land. From September to March, the water receded and crops grew. From March to June, the harvest took place. This annual cycle was so predictable that it structured the entire Egyptian year. The Egyptians divided the year into 3 seasons: Akhit, the inundation; Peret, the growth season; and Shemu, the harvest season. The success of Egyptian civilization depended on the Nile flood. If the flood was at the right level, not too high and not too low, the agricultural harvest would be abundant. If the flood was too high, it could destroy villages and canals. If the flood was too low, the crops would fail and famine would result. The Egyptians kept detailed records of the Nile's water level. Nilometers, Structures used to measure the water level were built at various points along the river. The measurements recorded on nilometers gave the Egyptians a sense of whether the flood would be abundant or poor. The main crops grown in Egypt were wheat and barley. These grains were staple foods, ground into flour and baked into bread. Emmer wheat was the most commonly grown wheat. Barley was used primarily for making beer. Legumes, lentils, peas, beans were also grown. These provided protein and were important to the diet. Flax was grown and used to make linen, which was exported and was highly valued. The Egyptians also grew fruits and vegetables. Dates were an important fruit, eaten fresh or dried. Figs and pomegranates were also grown. Vegetables included onions, garlic, lettuce, cucumbers, and melons. The organization of agriculture required sophisticated management. The pharaoh's government had to organize irrigation. Canals had to be dug and maintained. Dikes had to be built and maintained. Decisions had to be made about which fields would be planted with which crops. The government also collected taxes. A portion of the harvest was taken as taxes and stored in state granaries. These reserves could be used for emergencies, to feed workers on state projects, or to trade. Individual farmers owned or controlled plots of land. They paid taxes on their harvest, but they also retained a portion of the harvest for their own use. The size of a farmer's landholding determined his wealth and social status. Farming in ancient Egypt was labor-intensive. Plowing, planting, weeding, irrigating, harvesting, all required manual labor. During peak seasons, labor was in high demand. Temporary workers were hired to help with the harvest. Slavery existed in ancient Egypt and was used in agricultural labor. Slaves captured in war were sometimes used as farm workers, but much of the agricultural labor was performed by free peasants, often farmers working their own small plots. Expansion Section 29. The concept of Ma'at central to Egyptian civilization was the concept of Ma'at. Ma'at is sometimes translated as truth, justice, or order, but it is more than any single word can capture. Ma'at was a fundamental principle of the universe. Ma'at represented order, harmony, and balance. It was opposed to chaos, disorder, and imbalance. The entire universe was believed to exist in a state of Ma'at, but this state was constantly threatened by the forces of chaos. The pharaoh's primary responsibility was to maintain Ma'at. by performing rituals, by governing justly, by maintaining the balance between different forces in society, the pharaoh ensured that Ma'at persisted. Ma'at also had ethical implications. To act in accordance with Ma'at was to act truthfully, justly, and with compassion. To violate Ma'at was to commit sin or injustice. In the judgment of the dead, the heart of the deceased was weighed against the feather of Ma'at. A heart that was heavy with sin, a heart that had violated Ma'at, would be heavier than the feather and would be condemned. The concept of Ma'at influenced how Egyptians understood their role in the world. They saw themselves not as conquerors of nature, but as participants in a cosmic system. They saw themselves as responsible for maintaining order and preventing chaos. This vision influenced Egyptian art and literature. The calm, ordered proportions of Egyptian art reflected the concept of Ma'at. The wisdom literature that advised people how to live reflected the concept of Ma'at. The concept of Ma'at also influenced how the Egyptians viewed foreign peoples. Those who followed Egyptian customs and respected Egyptian authority were seen as being in a state of Ma'at. Those who resisted Egyptian authority were seen as agents of chaos. Expansion Section 30 Family Structure and Social Organization. The family was the basic unit of Egyptian society. Understanding family structure reveals how Egyptian society was organized and how individuals related to each other. Egyptian families were typically nuclear, consisting of parents and children. Extended family members, grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins, might live nearby or even in the same compound, but the household was typically centered around a married couple and their children. Marriage was a civil contract, not primarily a religious ceremony. A couple would agree to marry, and the marriage would be recognized by society. There was no formal wedding ceremony required. A couple living together was considered married. Monogamy was the norm for most Egyptians. A man typically had one wife. However, the pharaoh and wealthy men sometimes had multiple wives. Multiple wives were a sign of status and wealth. The status of a married woman was dependent on her husband's status. A woman married to a high official or to a wealthy man would have higher status than a woman married to a peasant. But a woman's status also derived from her own family and her own accomplishments. Children were valued in Egyptian society. A childless couple was pitied. Having children, especially sons, was important for continuing the family line, and for providing support in old age. Inheritance followed patrilineal lines, property and status passed from father to son. However, in the absence of a male heir, a daughter could inherit property. The family was responsible for educating children. Sons were trained in their father's profession or in a profession appropriate to their social class. Daughters were trained in household management and in skills appropriate for their social role. The family was also responsible for performing funeral rites for deceased family members. A proper burial was essential for the deceased to reach the afterlife. A son had a particular responsibility to ensure that his deceased father received a proper burial. The family was a social unit and an economic unit. Family members might work together in agriculture, in crafts, or in commerce. The success or failure of family enterprises depended on cooperation among family members. Expansion Section 31, Egyptian Foreign Policy and Diplomacy. Ancient Egypt was not isolationist. Rather, Egypt engaged in complex diplomatic relations with neighboring powers. Understanding Egyptian foreign policy reveals Egypt's role in the ancient world. Egypt's primary foreign policy concerns were to maintain control over trade routes and to ensure security from external invasion. Egyptian armies conducted campaigns to control territories that provided valuable resources. Nubia to the south was Egypt's primary focus. Egypt needed Nubian gold and other resources. Egypt maintained military control over Nubia through garrisons and military campaigns. The Levant to the northeast was also important. Egypt maintained control over parts of the Levant to secure trade with the Mediterranean and to prevent powerful rivals from establishing themselves on Egypt's border. Diplomatic relations with major powers were maintained through treaties and diplomatic missions. The pharaoh sent and received ambassadors. Diplomatic correspondence on papyrus has survived, showing how diplomatic affairs were conducted. Marriage alliances were used as diplomatic tools. A daughter of the pharaoh might be married to the ruler of a foreign kingdom to cement an alliance. Even foreign wives brought to Egypt were treated as diplomatic representatives, bringing prestige and establishing family ties with foreign powers. Gifts and tribute were exchanged between rulers. A powerful ruler might send gifts to establish friendship with another ruler. Tribute payments from conquered territories or from smaller neighboring kingdoms, acknowledged Egypt's superior power. Trade agreements were negotiated. Egyptian merchants were given rights to trade in foreign ports. Foreign merchants were given rights to trade in Egyptian ports. These trade agreements were mutually beneficial, providing valuable goods to both sides. Military alliances were formed. Egypt sometimes allied with other powers against common enemies. The alliance between Egypt and the Hittites, formalized in a peace treaty, was one of the major diplomatic achievements of the ancient world. Expansion Section 32, Artistic Conventions and Aesthetics. Egyptian art followed strict conventions. These conventions were not limitations, but rather a framework within which artists worked with sophistication and skill. One fundamental convention was the depiction of the human figure. The head was shown in profile, with the eye shown from the front. The shoulders were shown from the front. The hips and legs were shown in profile. This combination allowed each part of the body to be shown in its most recognizable aspect. Another convention was the hierarchical scale. The size of a figure indicated its importance. A pharaoh was drawn larger than his officials. A father was drawn larger than his children. This conveyed meaning through size. The frontal view was used for statues. A statue showed the figure facing forward, with arms at the sides. This pose conveyed dignity and stability. Reliefs were carved into walls, depicting scenes of daily life, religious ceremonies, or hunting. The scenes were organized in registers, horizontal bands that separated different scenes or different moments in time. Colors were used symbolically. Blue represented water or the sky. Green represented fertility and rebirth. Red represented chaos or evil. Gold represented the divine or the eternal. These conventions were maintained across centuries. An Old Kingdom relief looks similar to a New Kingdom relief because the same conventions were followed. This consistency gives Egyptian art a timeless quality. Yet within these conventions, artists exercised considerable skill and creativity. Portrait statues show careful observation of individual features. Reliefs show sophisticated compositions and careful attention to detail. The purpose of art in ancient Egypt was not to create beauty for its own sake, though beauty was valued. Rather, the purpose was religious and functional. Tomb reliefs were intended to provide for the deceased in the afterlife. Statues of gods were intended to house the god's spirit. This did not diminish the aesthetic quality of the art. Indeed, the greatest Egyptian art achieves both functional and aesthetic purposes. It serves its religious or practical purpose while also being beautiful and moving. Now, as you continue to rest in the deep sleep that has carried you through 5,000 years of Egyptian history, let yourself settle into timeless peace. You have traveled the full length of the Nile. You have witnessed the rise and fall of dynasties. You have stood in the shadow of pyramids. You have walked through great temples. You have met pharaohs and peasants, priests and soldiers, scribes and artists. You have seen Egypt at its height of power and glory. You have seen Egypt challenged by invaders and internal conflict. You have seen Egypt transform and adapt and persist. Throughout all of these changes, one thing has remained constant: the Nile. The great river that gave life to Egypt at the beginning of history continues to flow today. The pyramids still stand. The temples still testify to the genius and the ambition of ancient Egyptians. The hieroglyphics on temple walls still speak to us across thousands of years. Sleep now in the peace of the eternal Nile. Let the waters flow gently through your dreams. Let the pyramids rise in the distance, eternal monuments to human achievement. Sleep as the pharaohs sleep in their tombs, knowing that their memory will endure forever. Sleep as the peasants slept on the banks of the Nile, knowing that the next inundation would bring new life to the land. Sleep well, good night. The Nile flows eternal. Egypt endures. Sleep well in the timeless peace of the greatest civilization of the ancient world. Good night, sleep well, good night.